Europa tiene grandes desafíos por delante. Acelerar la descarbonización y avanzar hacia la soberanía energética en 2030. Así lo establece el Plan Europeo REPowerEU y así están colaborando los diferentes países. Para ello, el hidrógeno renovable es el gran aliado. 100% limpio y de producción autóctona. El desarrollo de una red troncal europea del hidrógeno con corredores que conecten la oferta de los países productores con los centros de demanda será fundamental. H2Med será el primer corredor de hidrógeno renovable de la Unión Europea y podrá transportar un 10% de la demanda de hidrógeno prevista para 2030. Impulsado por los gobiernos de España, Portugal y Francia, convertirá a la península ibérica en el primer hub de hidrógeno renovable del mundo. España reúne todas las condiciones para ello: posición geográfica, condiciones climáticas, capacidad de generación de renovables, capacidad industrial y una red de infraestructuras robusta. Desarrollar una economía del hidrógeno tendrá importantes beneficios para Europa. Socioeconómicos, como el desarrollo industrial, de la innovación o la atracción de inversión. Medioambientales, como la reducción de emisiones o la mejora de la calidad del aire. Y sociales, porque ayudará a una transición justa, al fomento del empleo y al desarrollo de economías locales. Los Transmission System Operators como Enagás estamos impulsando la cadena de valor del hidrógeno. Enagás tiene más de 50 años de experiencia como operador energético y una red de infraestructuras que será la base de la red troncal de hidrógeno. Hay muchos retos y desde la colaboración y el compromiso de gobiernos, instituciones y empresas estamos dando los pasos para alcanzar los objetivos establecidos por Europa. Es 100% renovable y con aplicación en todos los sectores, incluso en los de difícil solución de descarbonización como la industria intensiva y el transporte pesado. Es el hidrógeno renovable y ya es una realidad. El hidrógeno es ahora.
Pues así es.
Hello, good morning. 150 years after the saying of Julio Verne in his book saying that the hydrogen was a non-depletable source of energy for heat, today and hydrogen is a reality. Climate change, the need, requirement of energy dependency, geopolitics, and of course, the need and technological changes are enhancing the fact that many countries and many companies would proceed to important investments in order to open a new energy era. So in order to debate and to shed some light on this topic and to try to deal what are the main challenges of renewable or green hydrogen and to go forward towards an energy transition and a new decarbonized economy, we have invited all of you today to participate in this session. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Hydrogen Day of Enagás. My name is Elena Díaz-Sánchez, and it is an important honor to open this session today. We have a very intense session, And this is why we are all here together. Thank you very much for being here in such a cold day in Madrid, in this auditorium. And thank you very much to all of those connected through streaming. We knew that it was a very interesting event. More than 1,300 people are connected through streaming. So thank you very much for being here with us. And I would like to say that you can send us questions through hashtags. You can send us messages in Spanish or in English, and you can use Enagás Hydrogen Day, and of course our hashtag of hydrogen is today. That is the hashtag that we use, but we have created a special hashtag for today's meeting. The expectations are very important, and now we hope to provide you with good results after our seminar. And we are going to start with the president of Enagás, Antonio Llardén. Hello, good morning, Antonio, welcome. Hello, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with you on the Hydrogen Day of Enagás. I would like to thank especially the presence of the Secretary of State of Energy in order to inaugurate this event, and the presence of all the speakers and the participants in the round tables and all of you that are following this event. And of course, I would like to thank everybody that is being connected through streaming. I see in the audience representatives of the regulator, representatives of the different administrations, council members, members of the press. Thank you all very much. We are just we are starting the 2023, and the expectations that we are creating show that hydrogen is becoming a very important representative on the world level, and especially in Europe. We all know that the year 2022 has been a turning point in the energy policies in Europe. It has been the year in which we have just started to mention this common European energy with the three supplies, that is the supply chain, the independence, and the hydrogen is a common element of the three, and of these three elements, and this was reflected in the document Power European of the European Union, in which hydrogen plays an important role as an energy vector with very specific objectives for the year 2030. This will be part of the topic today, and we will be answering to all your technical issues, questions, regulatory, etc. I hope that you will take profit and benefit from this session, and whenever we organize this sort of event, we organized it some time ago, but today we found out that we have the French-Spanish summit today in Barcelona to sign up a friendship treaty that would substitute the previous one. So Teresa Ribera, that was the vice president, she was supposed to be here, but she has sent us a video that we are going to show here today. Hello, good morning. I would like to express my full thanks to the Spanish community that has made that renewable hydrogen becomes a reality. We know that it's going to become a pillar in the decarbonization of our society, and we know that it is very complicated to imagine the fact that electrification would be very, very difficult. There are many other alternatives, and I think that hydrogen is a very good option. We know that we have to go forward so as that the hydrogen used is really a decarbonized hydrogen, that is a clean hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, and that we focus our efforts in this. Therefore, the role of the different actors that are today represented in this room is very, very important. We wanted to approve this roadmap of hydrogen. We thought it was going to be implemented later, but the economy of hydrogen has showed how attractive element it is, and that Spain has a very good position in order to benefit from this asset. And therefore, I think that the first idea was to build and to benefit from an important value chain associated to hydrogen, enhancing hydrogen as the idea that we had, the different pilot projects of small plants that showed that we did have the professionals, the facilities, the resources at a local level that would be a retention element to attract international investors. We had to test this production of hydrogen, which is very well known in some industrial activities, but we have to do it at a different scale and with a different idea, that is to produce green hydrogen or renewable hydrogen has to be a reality of our country. We need as well to test the final use of hydrogen for heavy transportation, for industrial use, in which we have to measure the profitability of this and to see how we were going to proceed to the transportation of hydrogen and to try to change and think how to adapt the regulation, the legislation for this new element. Well, we have done so very, very quickly and in a very passionate manner with very good results. Spain today has 20% of projects that already have financing, and the 4 top projects, they already have the authorization on behalf of the Council of Ministers, and we have launched a PERTE and strategic plan focusing on renewable hydrogen with the different measures, the different calls that have already been implemented and solved during the last 2022. They have been highly successful in the implementation of highly interesting projects. And this would explain why some of the analysts reflect that almost 20% of the projects that have been launched at a worldwide level are based in Spain, after the ones that have been implemented in the U.S. There is still a long way to go, and I think that the connection with transportation infrastructures has been very, very important. And I think that in today's crisis, we have been able to observe, or we have been obliged to understand how geopolitical, social, and economic reasons and the vulnerability of Europe depend very much on raw material and energy sources in a much rapid way. So in order to count with an important network and interconnection of our raw material, in order to satisfy our energy requirements, could reach the different corners of Europe. And this is why we have reached an agreement with France and Portugal with this project called H2N, with the high professionality of Enagás. Now we are much aware of what are the characteristics of what the European community will do and would implement in order to connect the different sources of generation for hydrogen production within the Iberian Peninsula, and with some modifications that perhaps can come from Galicia, perhaps from the central Andalusia region. And this is simply to be committed to a new initiative, knowing that the decarbonization is a fact. And we have to start immediately, and we have to work in order to reach these challenges for 2030, and thus make Spain to profit from this asset and this huge opportunity. Thank you very much. And now we are going to have here the Secretary of State in Energy, and therefore we are going to give the floor to Sara Aagesen, which is the Secretary State of Energy from the Ministry of Ecologic Transition and Demographic Challenge. It is a great opportunity for me to be present here in this seminar. This is the first Hydrogen Day, but I'm convinced that we will celebrate many, many others. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for Spain, for hydrogen in general, and renewable hydrogen is a very good opportunity for Europe in general. Thank you very much, Arturo, and thank you very much that this would enable us and give us the opportunity of implementing many projects, and this will locate Spain as a reference point at the world level. We are able to do so, and it has been proven that with this renewable park, this is something very important with all the different options that we are seeing today. I think that the renewable hydrogen, as the Vice President said, has four pillars. That is, one, it contributes to decarbonization. Secondly, it contributes to a strategic economy, that is a technological economy, which is another pillar. The third is the value chain, production network, and industrial development for all the member countries of the EU. And after the energy model of this energy transition model, which is very much needed throughout the world. These four pillars, together with the war in Ukraine that we are suffering, that say that we have to decrease the dependence, and we need an energy that is competitive, decarbonized, and independent. When we see that we are celebrating the Davos Forum, and where it is mentioned that the economic world, the financial world, is using the word sustainability, decarbonization. And every year there is a report published that I think it is very important, the global risk analysis. And I urge all of you and those that follow this session with the streaming, this is a report that mentions the most important risks at the global economy economy. And the new thing of this report is that the first time it does not mention 10 years ahead, but it analyzes as well the indicators of risk impacts at a shorter term in 2 years. Both in 10 years' time and in 2 years' time, there's an important issue, and that is the environmental risks. In both these two top 10 risks that we bear in this line, we have 6 are environmental. If we have, we base ourselves in the 10-year plan. And here it's the decrease, the emissions, and that is something that we have to face. The risks of extreme meteorological events. Spain is very vulnerable because we have lived a very, very hot summer. It has been the hottest year here in Spain. But at the same time, these environmental risks, this energy crisis has opened a new risk, that is the risk of the cost of living. So I think that this report, the long-term report and both the 2-year ahead report, shows that we have to go forward for decarbonization. At a short term, mid-term, and long term, we have to accelerate this energy transition. And I would say that we have to maximize opportunities for society, for the production network. We have to change our economic model that is stated by the International Energy Agency, and to consider energy as a new vector, and the commercial flows are going to change drastically. And the thing is that the volume would be reduced, and that is something that when we bet on an economy, we want to be less dependent. We have to see what are the commercial flows that we change. But secondly, the main actors, if now are fossil fuels at a 90% rate, for the year 2050, that is the target of net zero, it would not go over an 80% for fossil fuels. And we will have 2 critical minerals, and in second ranking, hydrogen. Now, we don't have any international flows for hydrogen, but that would represent a high percentage, almost a 50% for 2050. Technologies, as Elena with an H, I can say that my name is Sara Aagesen with a double A in my surname. And I think that the technological transition is going to double or triple the value for 2030, and hydrogen will play a very important role, and especially on the technological environment would multiply itself for 1,000 figure. And imagine these figures. First, that we cannot miss this opportunity. That is an important vector which is there to stay, and we are well prepared in Spain especially, and in Europe as a whole. Europe has started not long ago working in this. I would like to focus first on the European strategy, in which it said that this transition and the industrial network goes through this clean and green hydrogen, the renewable strategy, renewable hydrogen, trying to search for new objectives, trying to fit that the production for 2030 would be 10 million tons of hydrogen. And this adds to this package of Fit for 55 for the reduction of emissions of 55% for 2030. These reaches these conclusions if we enhance renewable energies, the transition, and the modification of legislation. We have now the presidency, the Swedish presidency of the EU, and later on, Spain will play an important role in the Spanish presidency. And one of the topics to be discussed is the topic of gas and hydrogen. I think it is going to be one of the main topics for our European presidency, and that is Power EU, which is something that has to be really implemented on the diversification of supply and to accelerate this. I would like to underline that from Spain we have been very clear about this new package of gas, of renewable hydrogen as well, especially when we are starting, and we have to use the opportunity, and Europe cannot lay back. We have to go forward in a very firm attitude, and today is hydrogen's turn. That is why we are observing this Inflation Act in the U.S. and that the Inflation Reduction Act implemented in the U.S. And this is a strategy that in Europe we have to work jointly. We have done it through this crisis, and we have to continue doing so in the future. Why should we continue hand in hand? Because competitiveness in Europe is something essential for our production network, for our for all the citizens, the European citizens, and I really think that Spain will play a very important role. And as the Vice President said, I would like to mention this important agreement between France, Portugal, and Spain, an agreement for a strategic project H2B, which is a very important project as far as renewables. And I would like to thank the efforts of Enagás and the whole team in focusing on this hydrogen corridor of H2Med. Not long ago on the summit in Alicante on the 15th of September to the promoters, Enagás was one of them, to present an important or a very interesting project. And I think that is something very important. It's a project that the President of the European Commission has said that it is one of the pillars for trying to cover 10% of the consumption of hydrogen in the European Union. And there have been a couple of other announcements in these hydrogen and renewables plans in Europe. And if we mention the role played by our country, I think that Europe has to take this lead, and Spain as well. We have to work Immediately, not long ago, we approved the roadmap of the renewable hydrogen at 10% of its capacity of what Europe stated for the year 2020. And we have always a long way to go, but we have started an important regulatory framework as the guarantees of origin, the deployment of the new electrical network, the grid. And this is very important in order to stimulate and to make this initial stage to continue and to develop. And we think that subsidies are very important for this, and resilience is very important. And one of the most important projects in this country, as far as the renewables, have an important project with 155 million, and hopefully with this negotiation that we are having with the European Union, we will receive more subsidies and funds as sooner as possible. We have already launched 5 subsidy lines. We have just approved in 2023 with very good news, 75 million for direct subsidies for interesting community projects, IPCIs, and when using all these resources, we are focusing in a fair transition. And that is why we are going to reflect and to consider those projects that they were focused in this fair transition. We really think this is the way to do it in order to go forward towards this transition. Another good news that we've just received on 2023, we are having very bad news, but on the other hand, as well, very good news, which is the PERTE of decarbonization. 23 million euros that would help our industry to go forward to a transition, and renewable hydrogen is part of it in this decarbonization policy or strategy. So I think that in all these things that have been implemented in a very short time, we can say that Europe, and especially Spain, we are at a privileged position in order to assimilate our position, the talent, our companies, and the need that we have observed throughout our national territory. And some of the data and the information that has been given by the Vice President, 20% of the renewable hydrogen projects at world level are located in Spain. 10% of the selected projects in the EU on the first stage of the value chain, and 20% of these wave of industrial projects are located as well in Spain. And Spain, together with Germany, is a country that has invested greatly in renewable energy, and we are the 7th country at a world level. Renewable energies are something essential, and that is a key to success of this strategy in our country. We are seeing many projects, industrial projects that are very, very important, that are coming here to Spain and that continue to come to Spain to face this challenge. So I think I am quite right to say that we are an international hub for renewable and green hydrogen, and to have the ability to help our European colleagues in order to use this hydrogen to transport it through this network that we have presented not long ago, and that in these difficult times in which we mentioned many challenges that we have ahead, the day of hydrogen would become the day of opportunities, not only because we are supported supported by government, but as well all, and you are a sector very well prepared to provide a response to this wonderful project of renewable and hydrogen. Thank you very much for being here.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary of State. Thank you very much for joining us here today. We are honored by having you with us to officially inaugurate the session. And thank you also to the Vice President who, as we said, was unable to be with us in person because she is currently in Barcelona at the summit, and who sent us the message that we cast. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councilmen, councilwomen, Madam Ambassador, Mr. Ambassador, dear friends all. We're very grateful to all of you for being with us today. This is a very special occasion. I think it's fair to say that this is an event that will have conversations going, because we will be hearing about how hydrogen really is at the core of the agenda. And we, I think all of us, are aware of the fact that we are about to take off. We will be seeing renewable hydrogen as a fact of our lives. Just as 2022 was the year of energy, safety and security, the war in Ukraine has suddenly had us broaching the issue that something which we took for granted, energy, could suddenly be at risk. And 2023 is a year in which, of course, this continues to be a priority, but will be the year of renewable hydrogen for those four premises that the Secretary of State has enumerated, because renewable hydrogen becomes the key to decarbonization, to autonomy, to future value chains, and to the energy transition. For all of these reasons, we have wanted to hold today's event. Hydrogen is a fact, it is a reality, but we continue to need to cast a strong light on many of its facets. And today is the day in which we will be casting a spotlight. All of us together, because Enagás is a private company, but it is an instrument whereby public policies are implemented, and we have different responsibilities, areas of accountability when we think about the future. We transport gas now. We will in the future transport hydrogen. We are accountable for the system of guarantees of origin, and as a company that fosters renewable hydrogen projects. For all of these reasons, we believe that today, Enagás Hydrogen Day, will be the day in which all of us stakeholders will join forces and address the issue of how important renewable hydrogen is for Europe and, of course, for our country as well. I think that the message is clear, and I don't want to repeat the message unduly, but I have to say that this is a European issue. Europe is, as we've just heard from our speakers, Europe actually points the way to renewables, renewable gases, renewable hydrogen, the path towards renewability. We've also addressed the issue of the fact that Europe began to bet on renewables with the Green Deal. Remember, Fit for 55. And now we are at a crossroads, the approval of the package of renewable gases and hydrogen. It is absolutely crucial that we have the necessary regulatory framework in Europe in 2023 if we are to play on a level playing field with other major global stakeholders. And we've heard Inflation Reduction Act in the USA. We are comfortable, I have to say, because we know that this package will be approved during the Spanish presidency of the European Union, which is in the second half year of 2023. And then there's Repower You. Repower You is a European plan that has clearly identified that renewable hydrogen is absolutely essential to guarantee supply for competitiveness and for the decarbonization of Russia. And this objective of 20 million consumers of renewable hydrogen in Europe, multiplying by 4 the previous objective. Half of those 20 million, that's 10 million tons, must be produced in Europe proper. We, in our sector, for years have been working to prepare ourselves for this scenario. We built a scenario which was the European hydrogen backbone. 31 TSOs in Europe are working together along these lines, and we have mapped out what the major production capacities are of green hydrogen, and we've determined where the locuses of demand are going to be. And this is what is explained on screen. You can see that there are parts of Europe which are going to not have renewable hydrogen. That's where industrial consumption and residential consumption are concentrated in the central heart of Europe, so Germany. And then there's going to be Spain and Portugal, which are going to be tremendously important. They are going to have a surplus of green hydrogen production to export it, once, of course, we have satisfied our respective national demands. Spain is doing everything that needs to be done in order to be a relevant agent in the future. And as our Secretary of State has pointed out, back in 2020, Spain approved its hydrogen roadmap. Now, in order for this objective to come about, infrastructures are going to be absolutely essential that would connect the major geographical areas of production and, in other words, of supply and demand, which is why Repower You believes that interconnections are absolutely essential, the European corridors, and Repower You actually builds a map of corridors that basically coincides with the ones included in the European hydrogen backbone. In other words, they had been blueprinted already. Now, this makes perfect sense because if we analyze, if we ascertain where production and consumption are going to take place, well, it's very important to understand how important it is to establish connectivity between and among those areas. And this also sets forth that when we want to ensure that hydrogen is available where it is going to be consumed, what is most efficient is actually to transport the molecule, transport hydrogen, instead of transporting electrons via wires. Hydrogen is more affordable, between 2 and 4 times, because it is more efficient, because there are no losses, neither upon transportation nor upon arrival, and because they are underground structures and therefore have less of an environmental impact. In view of how very important infrastructures actually are, it is essential to remember that we do have a very important role to play, we being companies that actually guarantee infrastructures, because we are there to encourage the construct and maintenance of those corridors. This is why Enagás is proactively preparing for this future, and this is why we have been defending the creation of the corridors. And this is why we wanted today to reach out to all of you and share with you our vision regarding how this infrastructure is going to begin to flesh out and what needs to happen for the fleshing out to be complete. Enagás is a pioneering company. We lead projects that focus on renewable gases. We're also pioneers in gas infrastructure. We have everything that is necessary to so achieve. We've got the technical know-how, we've got the expertise, we've got the organizational means, we've got the company setup. As you know, in Enagás, we have the technical center. This is absolutely essential to manage the system. We have Enagás Infraestructuras de Hidrógeno, hydrogen infrastructure, which is the seedling of the future HNO, hydrogen network operator, which is what we want to become. And as you know, also, we have another essential resource in our hands, which is Enagás Renovable, renewable. This is a listed company, which is a catalyst at this point in the fostering of projects whereby renewable gases will be achieved. And we work with fantastic partners. We work with the Clean Hydrogen Infra Fund, which is the largest fund in the world. We have Ponte Gadea and Navantia as shareholders. We are working on projects with main stakeholders in Spain. We have projects that amount to over 200 million in investment, and you can see information in our strategic plan. We continue to include new projects in that portfolio. We are being successful with regards public subsidies, and 3 of them have been included in the shortlist for the PERTE bid for renewable hydrogen storage and energies. Of course, Enagás' stake in this segment of the market is strictly contained within the framework that has been set out by the national authority in order to ensure that activities are duly and legally run separately. These are very important projects because our allies, our partners, are in turn very important as well. We're proud to be able to say that we work with allies or partners such as the ones whose names you see on screen. Not all of them are included on the screen, but many of them are. Many of you are with us today, and I have to say here, thank you very much for your help, for your support. We look forward to continue to striding down this path together. Now let's talk a little bit about Enagás's role forward-looking, which is hydrogen infrastructure. We believe that we are fully prepared to be the operator of the future infrastructure in Spain. For over half a century now, we've been running and building an infrastructure focusing on gas. As you know, in the proposal of the legislation which is being studied by European authorities, the role of TSO is fully compatible with the future role of HNOs. REPowerEU spells out the value of the infrastructure as launching pad for the future hydrogen infrastructure in Europe, so gas to hydrogen, because up to 70% of the hydrogen infrastructure will actually stem from the gas infrastructure, duly adapted to these new specifications. Along the same lines, as said this morning, governments of Spain and Portugal and France have presented the first large, ambitious project of a European corridor, H2Med, which has had TSOs in the 3 countries focusing in a solid technical way, joining forces to present our projects, as I said, to that 3E call, which was wrapped up on December 15. And I have to say that working together for the 4 TSOs has been outstanding, because the resulting experience is one that can only be described as a shared vision, which is going to actually set a precedent for all of Europe. So I have to say thank you to the other three TSOs, especially REN. The president and CEO of REN is with us today, and I think it's fair to say that we are setting an example. We're working together with a vision to be truly European. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. Now, having a corridor such as H2 Med is the launching pad, as I said before, because it allows us to have Spain positioned in the first of Europe's green hubs, and it furthermore allows us to satisfy our internal demand. And we've got what it takes. We've got the potential to generate renewables. We have a very robust network. Our industrial capacity, represented here today, is in place. The financial clout is in place. The geographical reality is what it is. And we currently have a framework of collaboration which is very tight and smooth with public entities. But let's talk numbers. And in order to talk numbers, it's important to have the best possible numbers from the market regarding supply and demand of green hydrogen in our country. So we have put together the information. We have benefited from the support of PricewaterhouseCoopers, an external consultant, and we have built this first map. We're seeing here our capacity, our potential production. We believe that by 2030, Spain can be producing between 2 and 3 million tons of green hydrogen. And in 2040, we could be contemplating between 3 and 4 million tons. And we need to add the 700-odd thousand that will be the result of the new interconnection or import from Portugal. Now, as to demand, we believe that by 2030, our national demand in Spain will amount to approximately 1.3 million tons. And we will need 2 million additional tons because we will be exporting those because of the Barmar, the France-Spain connection, and we have further identified an additional 450,000 tons per year that would be exported, and this would be via the ports, thanks to maritime connections, one of which has just recently been announced by CEPSA, amounting to 250,000 tons per year. So these are the initial numbers, and this is what's going to allow us to understand the scope of the infrastructure we're contemplating. But above and beyond that, this is information that needs to be fine-tuned by the government. And there's going to be a landmark this year because we are going to be seeing the PENIC being restudied this year. So this uneven presentation of those areas, supply and demand, is what calls for the kind of a hub that we are defining here. Now, this was advertised or announced rather by the government back in December, focusing on information presented. And I would like to share with you, we are now looking at the first stage of the hub in Spain. That would be H2 Med with 2 interconnections, Celurico, Zamora, Portugal, Spain, and Barmar between Spain and France, Barcelona, Marseille, that's Barmar, and the transportation axes, what we call Axis 1, which includes 3 sub-axes, northern Spain, Ebro Valley, and the Spanish eastern coast, and Axis 2, which is basically Via de la Plata, with a connection to Hydrogen Valley in Puerto Llano. Now, this is very telling. The day before yesterday, we signed with the authorities of the region of Extremadura an MOU to this effect, and on that very same day, a decree law was signed by the Extremadura authorities, declaring that all of this was of special interest. And I have to say thank you, Madam Councilwoman. Thank you very much for being with us today, together with the council from the Castilla-La Mancha government. Thank you for your backing. We've also studied the possibility of building 2 underground deposits in Cantabria and the Basque Country, and we have included the Reganosa recommendation to PCIs between Zamora and Galicia. Thank you very much to the president of Reganosa, who is with us today. We know that this is going to be of tremendous use. By 2040, things will have evolved further, and we will be onboarding another storage in Viella, which is in the mainland in Spain, onboarding the possibility of including green hydrogen capacities coming to Spain from Northern Africa. Now, all of this is subject to the binding planning activities to be carried out by the national government and cost-benefit analyses that will result in each one of the specific cases. Let's take a look now at the current map of Spain, and let us superimpose the hydrogen infrastructure. What we see is that the blueprints coincide more than 80% of the times, and where there is no connection, it's because of the new international connections and the connections with the new hydrogen valleys. I think that what this explains is the synergy, the current gas structures and the current and future hydrogen structures. These plans have us maximizing the reusing of gasoducts that will be used in the future as hydroducts. We've identified 50% of lines that will result in hydrogen lines once there is a substitution of the fuel being transported. And in any case, this will allow for a reduction to the tune of approximately 50% of the times in obtaining permits and licenses, 30% less costs, and we believe that this is going to have the development of the future network happening much more quickly and flexibly. This is going to depend on energy planning to be carried out by the national government, and which will allow for a substitution of the use of gas by hydrogen in our energy mix. The advantages that will result? Well, I think that those advantages have been described by my distinguished colleagues. We will be talking about social economic advantages, energy-related, environmental, and social ones. And we need to focus very much, of course, on the concept of a fair transition. And what about the timeline? Let me share with you the calendar that has been built by the 3 governments in Alicante in December. This is a timeline that is in line with the times and windows, European times, European windows, to reach out for subsidies for the PCIs and Euro facilities. We are working together with TSOs and with the European Commission in order to ensure that these timelines, in fact, be abided by. We see, to a very great degree, that we will be seeing parallel paperwork, because without these, there will not be molecules in 2030. But when we think about these axes, I have to share with you today that in order to begin to have a vision that the market will understand regarding the volumes, the supply, the demand, we will actually be launching in 2023 calls for interest for the 4 sub-axes that I have described, and this will be beginning with Via de la Plata axis. These calls for interest will be launched when the PNIEC is advised because we will be following those steps. We will be abiding by the instructions received from the government, but all stakeholders should know that this year we will be hearing about these calls for interest because we will be transparent in our assessment of the needs regarding supply and demand. So as we see, many things are going to be happening very soon. And this is why we said that 2023 is going to be the year of green hydrogen. And now, let's also share with all of you an estimate of the investments. These are ballpark figures. You will see the specifics in the presentation. On our website, you will also find this information, and on the CNMV website, because the presentation I'm sharing with you now, of course, has been registered as relevant information with the Spanish National Authority so that the market might be aware of these facts and numbers. H2Med calls for an investment of 2.1 billion, of which 2.35 correspond to Barmar. The percentage is to be decided upon. So these are the total numbers, 2.5. In the case of Met-Celsa, we see that the total cost is some 350 million. That would be 157 corresponding to Spain. You can see the specifics for the different axes. Axis 1, 1,650 billion euros. Axis 2, the different amount. And in the case of storage, we've identified 580 and 590 respectively. These axes are deposits for the production of hydrogen distributed throughout Spain, and together with underground storage spaces, this is being studied in order to determine diameter, pressure, and capacity. These investments are maximum estimates, so there will be, of course, an additional need to study them in greater detail. But we believe that these are numbers that allow us to understand the size and scope of the project that awaits us. The entire network represents some 4.670 billion, and H2Med approximately 2.5. The final amount will depend on the definitive list of PCIs. It will depend also on the final objectives as set forth by PNIEC, government planning, the results for the calls for interest, and open season, which will follow. The final percentage of the current network, in other words, the current infrastructure that might be reused, and the final technical characteristics of the projects. But in any case, this will all be happening after 2026, and until then, we have our work cut out for us. Technical studies, market tests, technical definition of projects, and so on. And in order to finance these infrastructures, we are going to avail ourselves of European funds, so that would be CEFE specifically, and then commitments of future off-takers via open season mechanisms, which are going to allow us to build a project finance structure for the projects in questions. This is what happens, of course, in the case of other similar infrastructural activities. Then the allocation, the transborder allocation of costs. This, once the package has been approved, hydrogen will then become a business activity subject to regulation that will benefit from these mechanisms that are included in the rules and regulations in place, and of course, tolls. Let me come to the end of my presentation now by reaching some conclusions which I'm happy to share with you. Enagás believes that it can be the catalyst for the hydrogen market because we are a current TSO, we are the future HNO, because we have a stake in these projects via Enagás Renovable, insofar as legislation allows us to do, and as GTSs. As a European TSO, Enagás is well prepared to be the future operator. Enagás, furthermore, is working and coordinating activities with our neighbor TSOs in order to be able to comply with instructions received from our respective governments to present and ensure the feasibility of the H2Med corridor and the Spanish network, which is necessary in order for that European corridor to be up and running. We are working jointly with the European Commission because this is a project that is European in scope and reach. These projects, furthermore, are included in the strategic Enagás plan and in the planning, which is being carried out and which is being fleshed out at a European level. This is the 10-year network development plan and the list of PCIs. All infrastructures, I need to add, that are adapted or built by Enagás will be net zero. I underscore the fact that the Iberian Peninsula has a series of networks that will be the launching pad for that future network that will vertebrate Portugal and Spain, so the Iberian Peninsula in total. In 2023, we're going to be launching the first mechanisms to match supply and demand, non-binding initially, waiting for the necessary planning instruments that will result in a binding relationship. And as I said before, Spain definitely has got what it takes to become Europe's main hub, Spain and Portugal. This is an effort that calls for so many new elements, that calls for such new technological developments, that calls for such novel engineering, financing, regulation, definition of business models, that it truly calls for the contribution of all. So once again, thank you so very much for being with us today. This is Enagás Hydrogen Day. What we want is to ensure that the space is available so that all of us can together achieve this objective that we seek. Thank you all very much.
A continuación, tenemos un orador, una oradora.
So now our next speaker.
Germany is very clearly very present in all our discussions. Germany is going to have a key role in the development of the renewable hydrogen market in Europe. So it's an honor for us to have with us this morning Mrs. Franziska Brantner. She's a State Secretary at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. She's going to share with us her views on Germany's bet for renewable hydrogen. Thank you very much, Mrs. Brantner. It's an honor and a pleasure for us having you with us today. Thank you.
Gracias, y gracias para la introducción muy simpática y hola de.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in Madrid, and I can only participate by streaming, by Zoom. I will continue in English because my Spanish is not that good.
Ribera, dear Mr. Llardén, dear Mr. Gonzalo, ladies and gentlemen, it's a really a great honor for me to be able to speak to you about our projects, which are always seen in a European context. I can really reassure you that for us, the hydrogen market is a European one. It's an international one, and that we know that we will have to rely on green hydrogen to achieve our climate targets. Germany has decided to become climate neutral by 2045, and we know that we will need hydrogen for our industry, for heavy transport. And we also know that with our best efforts at producing hydrogen at home, we will need to be in an international cooperation. So for us, the hydrogen is there for industry, it's for part of the transport, and it's also for balancing the renewable volatile energy. So it has several purposes for us. And we have set up a German hydrogen strategy. The previous government had started this. We are in the, right now, it's going on right now, revising this strategy. And in the strategy, we really try to bring together those who will use it, those who will produce it, the infrastructure side, the legal side, the financial side, and make sure that everything is well linked and interconnected, and that we are ambitious enough to achieve these goals. So, as I just said, we are revising it, and we're trying to really improve all instruments we have and look if we need additional ones. We have, as you might know, together with the European partners, the IPSAs, the important projects of common European interest, and this is for us a very important dossier. We have 62 major projects. They were chosen in the last legislative term. It's a 13 billion funding. It's the federal level and the state level. As you know, we are also a federal state as Spain. And the first two projects now, Hy2Use and Hy2Tech, they have been approved by the Commission. So they're in application, and that's for us a very good signal that we start really seeing the implementation. So, and in those projects, we try to have also the entire value chain in it, and to make sure that we have these linkages. And then what we have been starting now, it's also not yet finalized, but it was going into the interministerial consultation, are the carbon contracts for differences. As you know, this is an instrument to finance the difference between current prices of production and climate-friendly production. So to allow companies to make the investments necessary at the beginning. And this is related to the steel sector, to cement, glass. So these are the sectors where we know we will need not only but also hydrogen. And there we will have a lot of also funding going for it. Hopefully it will be finalized soon, but I'm very confident that we go in this direction. And we want to expand our own capacity for also the production and construction of electrolyzers, because we think that there will be a shortage of electrolyzers and the scarcity, and we need to make sure that we have strong enough production of the electrolyzers. So that is also part what we are looking at on how we can support the production, not just the use of hydrogen or the transport, but really also the production of electrolyzer capacity. We are in the process of working out a funding line for this as well. So we are also speeding up and setting higher targets for national production from 5 to 10 gigawatt by 2030. So this is quite ambitious, and we know that we are speeding up our renewable energy process in Germany, and we're trying to make it align with this. But even if we're going to be very successful and we'll have all the green hydrogen that we can produce in Germany, we will need imports. And our priority for the imports is Europe. You know that we have had a tough year, and we have learned the lesson of relying on partners that are not our friends. And therefore we have set two clear criteria. One is diversification, so never be dependent as much again on one actor, and as much as possible with partners that are sharing our values and our interests in terms of where we stand on democracy, etc. So there is nobody better than our EU member states partners. So that's a really strong priority for us. And beyond that, we go and form partnerships with countries outside. And in that context, of course, Spain for us, with a very high potential for green hydrogen export, is for us a very important partner. And we are glad that you support us also in this case in terms of infrastructure connection. that we need to create to make this possible. And I think there's a good dynamic these days to say that we also, together with our French partners, will be able to build up here a real European hydrogen backbone and make it like an electricity market compatible, that we will have different colors, but that we will make sure we have only one infrastructure and that we allow an internal market in that sector from the beginning. We're not yet there. We have a lot of discussions, but I'm optimistic that we will get there in terms of really making sure that we get a link between Spain, France and Germany, Portugal of course, and then we will see Italy. Maybe it goes even beyond towards Poland, etc. But this is for us a priority these days, to ensure that we get this European infrastructure backbone. For outside the EU, we have the project H2 Global. You might know about it. It tries to match producers and consumers. It's a double auction system. We have 900 million euros for it in the first tranche, and it really tries to bring those actors together. We are also working on an import strategy now. So you see, we're working on a lot of these dossiers, and hope we will finalize it also in the first half of this year to have a very clear import strategy to ramp up the hydrogen market. And last point I wanted to speak about is the regulatory framework. And I think that this is also key when we compare the competition worldwide about where investments will go. I think investments need clarity, and they need to have a clear vision of where, what will be certified as green hydrogen, what will be certified as low carbon hydrogen, different sectors, but we need a clear certification and therefore clear market ramp-up possibility. And these are dossiers, the delegated acts at the European level. Not the easiest negotiations, but I hope that we can finalize them soon. We are also working here on compromises on a European level to advance fast, and I think the speed is of the essence, because if we cannot agree among us Europeans, investments will just go to the US, where you now have a very clear de facto regulatory framework via an Inflation Reduction Act. So I hope that on this regulatory side we will be able to come up with joint proposals on the delegated acts very soon. So I hope that we will be successful in this endeavor together, and I'm very happy to have so many partnerships and the opportunity to work with you and our Spanish colleagues to make this part of the future of a climate-neutral Europe, a climate-neutral economy, a climate-neutral society. It's a big challenge, but I'm very optimistic because I think things are speeding up. There's amazing research going on, a lot of innovation, and if we get it right, we will have amazing technologies that we can use ourselves and export to the rest of the world. So it allows us to renew our prosperity and our freedom, and I think that's the best news we can give, and it's a challenge for us to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary of State. Allow me to say that during your speech, we had the golden minute, because there were more than 1,000 people connected by streaming, was you were, along with the Arturo's speech, listening to your speech. So not only the people on this auditorium, but all the people in streaming. So no pressure. Secretary of State, we took good note of your words. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we hope to see you very soon in Spain.
Sí, gracias. Hasta la próxima. Gracias.
Bye. Arturo, menuda.
Thank you very much, Arturo. What a morning. What an intensive morning we have had here. Well, I am an expert. I am dressed up in blue. low as in oxygen, because you are the one to give me the hydrogen, and therefore we have water. We have a coffee break now, but everything that has been presented here, President, Vice President, Secretary of State, Arturo, and the Secretary of State from Germany, has only been the introduction. And now we are going to go into the depth of the topic. Arturo has given us many information, and now we are going to go into the depth of the topic. So we say goodbye to streaming for the moment, and we will continue at 12 o'clock. And now, for those of you present, if you leave, please.
Buenos días de nuevo. Sí, habéis estado.
Hello, everyone. We were together in the first half of this morning session, and if you've just joined us, welcome. Those of you who are with us via streaming, welcome to the Enagás Hydrogen Day. As you saw, we've gotten off to a very good start, and it's going to be a very good continuing. So, hashtag Enagás Hydrogen Day. You can see it on screen. Hashtag Enagás Hydrogen Day. We are available year-round. So let's begin with our roundtable. It's going to be in English. You have your headsets. Simultaneous interpretation will be available. If you leave, please do remember to leave the headsets with our staff. Please do leave them. Please do leave them because they are extremely expensive. I'm giving away a secret here, but they are expensive, so make sure you don't put them into your pocket or into your purse. So, our first roundtable of our morning session. I hope that you had your coffee. I hope you enjoyed your snack. And we're going to talk now about the European framework of renewable energies. And I'm switching to English.
We're going to start with our first roundtable, and which picks up from what Arturo Gonzalo, the Enagás CEO, was mentioning this morning. And I think the key word for this roundtable is collaboration. Arturo mentioned it several times during his presentation this morning. And he mentioned all these things that they will discuss about: Green Deal, Fit for 55, Repower Europe, European hydrogen backbone, etc. We're going to talk about the new reglamento, the new law that is being discussed at the European Commission. So, with no further ado, let me introduce you our panelists. I'm going to mention, there are 4 of them, and then we'll give them a round of applause at the end. We are joined by Cristina Lobillo. She's the Director of Energy Platform at DG Energy at the European Commission. We also have Jorgo Chatzimarkakis. He is the CEO of Hydrogen Europe. João Faria Conceição, COO and Executive Director of REN. And to moderate this table, no one, no more better than our own CEO, Arturo Gonzalo, CEO of Enagás. Welcome. Now you can give them a round of applause. The 4 of them, please. Thank you so much. Arturo will be sitting here as moderator. For the other moderators, just follow what he does, only if he does it properly, obviously. No, we've been training. Thank you so much. I remind we have a countdown. There's no Q&A from the audience because we have no time. And you remember that you have the translation, so you either Spanish or English. Thank you so much. All yours.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, everyone, again, and thanks especially our panelists, Cristina, João, and Jorgo. I think one of the key words this morning has been, of course, collaboration, but it's been regulation as well. We are aware that this is an European challenge. Other global actors are taking their steps with very relevant pieces of legislation, such as the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which is very present in our conversations. I think Europe has responded very quickly and very effectively to the challenge of the Ukrainian invasion by Russia and this threat to Europe's security of supply. REPowerEU is a great effort, I think, put together in an amazingly short period of time. So I think Europe is responding to this challenge. But we need to put in place, in a very short period of time, a regulatory framework that helps us to capture the opportunities and to face the challenges that are in front of us in this very complicated crossroads that we are in. So this is, I think, present in all our concerns, in all our planning. Is Europe going to be able to give the regulatory response that we need to make all this a reality? Europe, I think, is doing an unprecedented effort, probably, but there is still a lot of things to be done. So this is what our conversation is going to be about this morning. I think we have three top actors, both from the Commission, from the TSOs, from the associations of the industry, and we will try to look for some common ground to be sure that we are going to be able to succeed in this endeavor. So the first question, and I would like to have an answer from the three of you, from each of you, is which are the main regulatory needs for the creation of a real hydrogen market in Europe? What do we need? Once we know what do we need, we will assess what's still pending and how are we advancing to that target. I would like to give the floor, first of all, to Cristina. Thank you for being with us, Cristina.
Thank you very much, Arturo, and good morning to everyone. And my gratitude for this invitation on my behalf, but also on behalf of DG Energy. This is a very high-level event for us, and we are very grateful to be here and also to get input from all of you in this fundamental moment for the energy sector, in particular for the hydrogen. Arturo, you were saying something that is very important for me to give you the framework on where we are and why now we are deploying in a very quick way the regulatory framework for hydrogen. You mentioned that, well, not only the war in Europe, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, but also all the economic implications of the COVID-19 recovery and the unprecedented energy crisis that we have all suffered, I would say, during the last year in Europe. So 2022 has been a year of, I would say, of unprecedented regulation. The European Commission presented 7 legislative packages to the Council of Ministers, both focused basically on how to increase security of supply by replacing the Russian gas. The main objective that REPower includes is the need to replace Russian gas to be fully independent from Russian gas. But at the same time, we need to accelerate the energy transition. And hydrogen has a paramount key role here in this regard. So when it comes to the real need that we need as European Commission, I will speak obviously from the European Commission perspective. What we need first is to have a very, let's say, political framework. And this political framework is REPowerEU. REPowerEU includes 2 ambitious figures when it comes to hydrogen. Is this 10 million of domestic production by 2030, but also 10 million tons of imports of hydrogen from third countries that will have also to meet all the European legislation requirements. On this, I would say REPower is like the most important political framework for that. And then you may recall that in the European Union, we adopted 3 years ago our renewable hydrogen strategy. So somehow we advanced our vision of how the renewable hydrogen should be in the European Union. And then when it comes to communication hydrogen, repower, and now the real legislation that we need to make it happen. So for that, Arturo, you also mentioned, and the Vice President, Teresa Ribera, and the Secretary of State, we had the Fit for 55, and we have this regulation, what we call decarbonised gas in the European Union. We presented this proposal, embedded in the Fit for 55 package. Now this proposal is under discussion by the two co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council of Ministers. And in this proposal, we have a clear regulatory framework for hydrogen. And these include, I would say, very tricky issues as the different names of hydrogen. Obviously, for the European Commission, our priority is renewable hydrogen. This is a clear priority, and we mentioned that in a very clear way in our strategy. It's also very clearly mentioned in the repower, but obviously we need also to reflect and to discuss with member states who have other views on different kinds of hydrogen. So this is a process we are now working on, in particular with the European Parliament and with all member states in the European Union. But there is another important point, and there is a delegated act floating that will come later, is the additionality, another tricky issue here. We are in the final steps of this delegated act. But then you mentioned, Arturo, the need. There is a fundamental need, is investment and budget. I would like to share with you some figure that you know much better than me because you work on the day-to-day in the sector. But you know that now, the global hydrogen demand is today is 94 million tons. But when it comes to the European Union, you know that today 98% of hydrogen consumed in the European Union comes from natural gas. So there is a long path to run because obviously we are quite far for that, but I always say that the longest path starts by the first step, and this is what we are doing now. So only 46% of this gas of this hydrogen is used in refineries, 34% to produce ammonia, and only 10% for energy. But still, we are talking about what we call gas coming from hydrogen coming from gas, hopefully blue, but still coming from gas. So just to produce in the European Union and to import renewable gas, is the order of magnitude that we have considering, or we have considered and working on it in the European Union, is a range between 320 and 460 billion of investment that will be needed in the European Union. So, and obviously we need that for the production of renewable, but also for electrolyzers, and also the cost of water, because it's also very important. We need to consider all the elements when we do our impact assessment in the European Commission. So these are the needs that we are considering in the European Union. And when it comes to the budget, you know that in the European budget, we have 36% of the budget in the European Union will have to be devoted or dedicated to climate change measures. And renewable hydrogen is considered a significant element on that. But obviously, and was also mentioned, we are dedicating important share of the budget coming from Horizon Europe, Innovation Fund, the Green Hydrogen Partnership, and in particular the Connecting Europe facility. Arturo, that you, and I want, as European Commission, I need also to mention the BARMAR. For us, this interconnector dedicated to hydrogen is a priority. And the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has made it very clear in all her speeches, not only in Alicante, but in other fora. So it's a priority for us. My colleagues in the DGN are now in the process to assess the the unprecedented record time, 68 days that the Secretary of State was mentioning this morning is really impressive. So congratulations for all the work from you, Enagás, but all the 4 TSO and all the actors involved in this very priority project for the European Union. So we are now in the process to work on the new list of PCI that will be, that gas is not anymore accepted or eligible for the list. So we really hope that hydrogen will have more relevance, and we really count on this Barmar interconnector to be a priority. The decision will be taken by the Commission by the end of this year, and we hope that the decision on financing could be effective by the beginning of 2024. So I stop here because there are many elements and to share with you. But again, thank you very much, Arturo, and we are from the European Commission very grateful for all your effort and looking forward to continuing this cooperation with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cristina. It's always very reassuring listening to the Commission say that Barmar is a priority and the H2 Med is a priority. And we are really working together in a very constructive fashion. So thank you. Thank you for that, Cristina. We will go back to a number of the issues you have just pointed out. But I would give the floor now to João Conceição from REN. We will afterwards ask for João's views on other issues such as the role of TSOs. But João, concerning this specific question, what do you think we need in regulatory terms from the EU to be sure that all this is going to happen?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, Arturo and Enagás, for the invitation and for the very nice words that you mentioned regarding us, REN. The links and the articulation we have with Enagás, it's a long-term articulation. It's not something that started now. It came from very long term in the past. Your question is a very difficult question in the sense that it's a very open, and we could stay here for hours just mentioning. So I'm going to be as much focused and short as possible. And I would sum up everything to one word: pragmatism. As an European, I'm very proud from the fact that Europe has always made the first step in several dimensions and putting them into the equation. Renewables were actually started in Europe, the climate change concerns started in Europe, and hydrogen, the hydrogen world actually started here. So we cannot be lagging behind other areas in the world, and namely US. And as it was mentioned already this morning for several times, I think that we have to look on the US approach, on the pragmatic US approach, namely what's happening with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is causing some challenges on the European side. And what do I say by these pragmatisms? First, definitely a clear, stable, and I would say as much as uniform all over Europe regulatory framework. If we don't have that, what we will see is that investors will start doing arbitrage, and they will start looking where are the best places to invest their money and not aligning a whole European answer to this challenge. The second point, I think it's important to speak about this very important point that it was already mentioned, the additionality. Behind hydrogen, and if we wanted to go as green as possible, we have a huge amount of needs on renewables and in electricity. So the investment is not only to be focused on hydrogen, but on the coupling between hydrogen and renewables world. For you to understand what I'm speaking about, this H2 Med, on our side, on the Portuguese side, we are building together with Enagás this interconnection, the Solurico-Zamora, the Celsa interconnection, which is foreseen to be able to transport something like 0.75 million tons per year of hydrogen. For you to understand what is this in terms of needs on the electricity, it will mean that in Portugal we have to install an additional capacity on renewable capacity, which will basically more than double the peak load that we have actually now for electricity. So it's a huge challenge, and it must be taken very carefully, because we cannot run the risk of having these goals and not being able to make them achievable. The second point, there's a third point I would mention, is the transition. And the transition is very important. I know that is a word that for some people they like it, some others they don't, which is blending. In Portugal, the Portuguese strategy for hydrogen foresees that there is a ramp up in the usage of hydrogen, and actually using what we have already in natural gas and making a blending so that we achieve a certain critical mass, and from that point onwards we can go on full hydrogen approach. We have infrastructures, we have a value chain on natural gas consumption. Unfortunately, this last year, 2022 crisis in Europe demonstrated clearly that we still need natural gas, and we cannot just switch off natural gas from the equation. So this transition needs to be thought very carefully. Otherwise, we will run with several problems, from security of supply to stranded assets, things that no one wants to bear, because they basically have a very deep consequences and a negative consequence for citizens and for consumers. So to make it as short as possible, so clear regulation, the additionality and what is needed together are coupled with the hydrogen bet on the electricity and renewables electricity, and thirdly, the transition.
Thank you, João. Yes, that's what we've got in our hands, and this is a big, big challenge. This phasing out, phasing in process is going to be difficult to manage, but it's going to be key. So, Jorgo, what do you think of this? Because the challenge is really huge. You have a very European-wide view. You understand very well the industry. What do you think?
Yeah, first of all, having this European view, I would like to congratulate you personally, Arturo, also your chairman, Antonio, for this wonderful event. If you would have chosen double as big of a size a room, it would be full as well. So people are really attracted by that. I enjoyed every single slide, every single remark you made out of a European perspective, because, as you said, Spain will be or one of the most important hubs. I think it will be the most important hub as a producer, but also as in importing country and transmitting country to others. And this is wonderful to see in such a short time this adaptation. Enagás is a member of Hydrogen Europe. From the very beginning, one of the most active, I can tell you. We will talk about the blending, because Enagás is still also talking about blending, which I can say from the very beginning, in a transition time, will be something we need to do. So, but you made crystal clear that you are concentrating on pure hydrogen pipelines. You made this wonderful basis. You gave the basis for Mr. Sanchez, your prime minister, Mr. Macron, and also your prime minister to meet and to inaugurate something which is a game changer. And I have to thank you for that, because so far, I'm not diplomat today, so far we had an issue with one country that was somehow in the way. I say it openly. And today is a day where President Macron is in Barcelona to meet again with your prime minister to sign a treaty of friendship. This is, for the hydrogen community, for the hydrogen sector in Europe, a major step, because hydrogen will be included. And thanks to Enagás to give also the French decision makers the possibility to go that way. And I can see, I was last week in France witnessing a big invest from US. So during the IRA discussion, an American company invests 200 million in France for electrolyzer technology, for a membrane. And that was a great moment for France. And I saw the change commitment of France. So to say this clearly, without the Spanish role, without your personal role, we wouldn't be there. But where are we? Are we far enough? Are we good enough? Cristina mentioned very well how fast we were. Yes, the Europeans responded after the pandemic within 3-4 months with the hydrogen strategy. I remember very well. Pandemic broke out in March for full in Europe. In July, we had the hydrogen strategy as one response to the pandemic, because the European Green Deal was a threat at that time. People were not knowing, supply chains were interrupted. Am I going to keep my job? And it was Franz Timmermans, Commission Vice President, who said, I need a blueprint for a remedy or something that helps me to re-industrialize, not to de-industrialize, to re-industrialize. And they focused on hydrogen. He went that way. And then the whole discussion about the Delegated Act came up. So we are very, very good in Fit for 55. The European parliamentarians, the council members, they are on it. We see already first results, ETS, carbon border adjustment mechanisms, all is there. But everybody looks at this small little piece of paper, Delegated Act, which is not so important. We made it important. We made it important. At the moment, it's ministers from India, South Africa, Chile, Egypt coming to Europe, telling us clearly, what are you doing there? This is protectionism. You impose to us rules that you think are very smart. And by the way, Spanish companies played a role in making up these rules, not you. Huh? So we need here to become very pragmatic. We built this all up like we did it with the fax machines, and others took it, with touch screens, others took it. Yet the same again. The same procedure is all the time. And that is why I was extremely pleased listening to Ursula von der Leyen day before yesterday in Davos. That was a big moment for Europe. Why? Because she understood, I mean, don't get her, she's German, she comes from a liberal Christian Democrat party. Industrial policy is not her thing, normally. She made a wonderful speech, quite French, a wonderful speech in favor of industrial policy, in favor of what you said. Pragmatism. Let's stop this Delegated Act additionality thing. Who believes in that? Only people who want to limit hydrogen. At the moment, it will be hydrogen not cannibalizing the system, and you will see that. It will hydrogen helping the electricity system. Why am I saying that? I've seen the German regulator, Bundesnetzagentur, last Sunday in a big interview saying, we don't have enough electricity for battery cars and for heat pumps. Huh? The big thing, the same thing, battery cars. We don't have enough electricity, that's why we will limit it. We will tell people how much they can use. Will you buy a heat pump or a battery car if the government tells you, you can only drive first half of the month, the second half you don't? This is the reality. And we will see that not only gas and the gas pipeline system, but also hydrogen will help to repower, to power the system. We have calculated that 2 infrastructures, for instance, the mobility, are cheaper than 1, let alone the redundancy thing. So that's why I'm saying I'm super happy about that meeting. I'm super happy about the commitment of your government here, because we need to be more pragmatic and now to see it's not only Biden and the IRA. Did you see the commitment of India last week? We all don't know what will come from Japan with a big investment. We know that China is investing already and that they are already biggest in electrolyzer production. So let's stop to be naive. Let's become pragmatic and let's accelerate all these processes. And I'll stop here. What we need is a clear definition what is hydrogen. We need standards and we need to start. So all these ideas about a hydrogen bank, the Commission came up with it as a great idea and they said third quarter of next year. Now they accelerated, they understood. Mrs. von der Leyen also brought in the idea of a sovereignty fund because she understood 3 billion for such big processes. It's not enough. 3 billion per year, yes, but not 3 billion for this hydrogen bank. And so you see, all these now will be top-level decision level, and it will come true. And Spain, I can guarantee this, Spain, after this change, also in the relation to France, will be one of the top countries, and Enagás will be one of the most valuable and most important companies because of the infrastructure. This is crucial. You are up for it, and I only can congratulate and can say I'm proud that you are a member of Hydrogen Europe.
Thank you, Jorgo. Thank you very much, the three of you. I have a lot of questions, and the audience has a lot of issues that would like to see addressed. So I'm going to ask for some brevity now. I'm going to ask first, Cristina, what can you tell us about the Delegate Act? I will ask afterwards, João, what do we expect from the Delegate Act to be pragmatic? And I'm going to ask Jorgo, do you see that there is going to be really an integrated European hydrogen market? Or are we going to see a fragmented market because of arbitration issues such as João mentioned? So we start with Cristina. I ask you for some brevity because I have many more questions prepared.
Yes, no, Arturo, very brief from my side because obviously as the delegated that is not adopted yet, I cannot reveal that much about the content. But maybe 2 points here. Jorgo, I fully understand your intervention and also the need to be pragmatic because we need to accelerate the use of hydrogen. But the second point I wanted also to make is that in the European Union, at the same time, we are developing or trying to further deploy the installation of renewables in the European Union, all kind of renewable technologies. And we need also to find the balance. So this is important. As European Commission, we need, I think that our main role is try to strike the balance between all the elements. And we need also somehow to make some limit to the use of renewables in the European Union. So this is maybe the reason, the rationale behind the additionality delegated act. Having said that, the fact that the delegated act has not been adopted yet means that it's a very controversial, let's say, piece of legislation, and we are still under internal discussion in the European Commission and also with member states for that. But this is all I can say at this stage, again, because it's under discussion, but I take very good note of the need to be pragmatic. And I will obviously transmit that to my commissioner and to my hierarchy in DG Ener. Maybe the second point, Arturo, that I think is also very important, you mentioned, and I forgot to mention in my initial intervention, is the hydrogen bank. And this was an initiative that President von der Leyen announced in the speech of the Union. We strongly believe that will be an important support to further deploy of hydrogen. As usual, what we are now working on is the amount of budget. So we are using or exploring the Innovation Fund. You mentioned the 3 billion euro, that obviously is not enough, but the European Union is not so elastic, budget is not so elastic, so we need also to respect some limit, but we are working very, very strongly on that as well, and we hope to have something ready in the following months. So this is something I wanted to convey that also shows the commitment that the European Commission has with hydrogen, and will need also to have some kind of legal instrument to make it happen. So these are the 2 points I wanted to mention. Thank you, Arturo.
Thank you, Cristina. I think there is a lot of expectation about the hydrogen bank. I would like later to also ask for your views. It may be some frame to help match supply and demand in Europe. I think I would like to know your views on that, João and Jorgo, afterwards. But, João, pragmatism concerning the Delegate Act. What message would you like to convey to the Commission as of today?
Well, basically, it's in line with what I've just said. I mean, we need clear goals and ramp-up goals. It's important to have long-term goals, but when we speak nowadays on 2030, on 2040, things are changing so fast that what's going to happen in 2025 is going to be critical, and 2025 is tomorrow, basically. Second, price signals. it's important for everyone to understand what are the vision in terms of prices and how the different players can adapt to those price signals. It's very important, the financing, of course. I mean, who is going to finance all this? But it's also very important not only to finance what are the profitability and what are the business models that all this change has. Because having the perspective from a grid operator, it's obviously crucial to understand that there will be money to finance all this. But our shareholders request not only the financing, but they need to know what is going to be the business model, what is going to be the remuneration, what are the conditions that we have to address in order to be part of this change. And last but not least, we need market makers. Responding precisely what you were asking, to connect demands and supply, as we are giving this stronger effort to achieve a critical mass, we need some models like centralized buying of these first volumes of hydrogen. Hydrogen generators need to understand where are they going to sell, to whom are they going to sell, and how stable is this perspective, so that they invest their money, they accelerate their investment. One last word, equipments and manufacturing. We had some meetings with potential promoters of hydrogen projects, and basically what they said, this announcement that Jürgen has made is very important, but what they say is that they go to the market to look for electrolyzers, and electrolyzer manufacturers respond saying, sorry, but our supply chain is already blocked for the next years to provide the US market. So this is a critical thing. So if we don't have the material, the raw materials, in these raw materials, of course, between quotes, we won't be able to put this into operation.
Thank you, João. That was a key aspect as well. So, Jorgo, are we going to have an integrated European hydrogen market? Is the European industry ready to cover all the value chain needed for that?
So first of all, we will get there because hydrogen will become a commodity. And Cristina, green hydrogen, of course, is the attracting thing. But we cannot wait until the renewable energy infrastructure is scaled up. So there will be hydrogen even before. And there is one word that has not been mentioned today. It's pyrolysis. So pyrolysis will be one of the technologies that is used also to do the methane pyrolysis, so to build on the product that you know very well, Cristina, and that Enagás and also REN have, to clean up this fossil base. We cannot do without it. It's turquoise hydrogen, by the way, to say the color, so we will need all these things. But I agree very much with João. The market will only come if basically the chicken and egg dilemma, the offtake is guaranteed. And here we have few mechanisms. Hydrogen Bank, we will discuss later on, might become a purchaser of a volume of hydrogen to guarantee for a long time which volumes we need. But I would like to, because we had the German minister here as well, Mrs. Brantner, I want to refer as a German myself, I have a Greek name, but don't be misled. I'm born and grew up in Germany, to understand a little bit more the German discussion, because Germany will de facto and clearly be the biggest demander of hydrogen. That's the biggest market. They need it, and they prepare. She mentioned 900 million. All in all, H2 Global is 5 billion already. 5 billion that the cabinet, the German government, has issued for hydrogen imports, also from Europe. So it's imports Europe and to Germany. Now, the Germans have bandwagoned in defense policy for many, many years. They didn't pay defense. They got it from the Americans. The Germans have exploited the cheap Russian energy sources for many, many years. They have profited from that double comfort that they had in an immense way. We all know that. I'm also half Greek, so I lived also through the Greek financial crisis. So I know exactly what I'm talking here. They have an obligation, and they want to take this obligation. Mr. Habeck, the boss of the vice minister we saw, is doing that, to really create this off-take demand. Germany has nationalized Uniper. Germany has nationalized Gazprom Germania. It's called SEPE, and VNG. You know them very well. And I've talked to Mr. Habeck, and he's not against, but he needs to start that process. That, let's take Uniper, you know them very, very well. They bought gas, they resell gas, they can do the same with hydrogen. And as they are nationalized now, it's a decision by himself. And this is where we are going to. We are going to create now, so to say, a big off-taker that gives a guarantee for many, many years, so that it's clear that you and Enagás, of course, can definitely transport it. I think that helps to create this market, but we need this, and we are currently working hard on that, and Mrs. Brantner plays a role.
Thank you, Jorgo. We've got 3 minutes left, so 1 minute for each of you. I'm going to ask Cristina to let us know what's doing the Commission to create alliances with neighboring countries to ensure that we're going to have those 10 million of imports as well. I'm going to ask João, which is the role of TSOs and how are you going to launch these auctions that you have announced for this year? This is a very interesting initiative for all of us. And Jorgo, what do you expect from the Hydrogen Bank? And do you think if that's going to help much supply and demand? 3 minutes. 1 minute for Cristina.
Yes, very brief. Indeed, this is the work I'm doing. So we are traveling in particular to those countries who have potential to produce renewable hydrogen. We are in the process to propose the memorandum of understanding, just to, it's not law, but kind of agreement with them. Obviously, the countries who are most interested, because also will have less transport cost, are the North Mediterranean countries, Morocco. So we are particularly working with them, with Egypt, both the European Union, but also Germany signed MOU on hydrogen. But we cannot forget that there are other countries, in particular in Latin America. I want to mention Chile, I want to mention the Uruguay. They are very much interested also in being exported, but obviously we are now in the process to assess the cost of transport, to which extent this export to the European Union will be a business case for them or not. In any case, I want to highlight, and this is super important, that we had to work on the 2 work streams. We need to develop the internal production of hydrogen, and as European Commission we have a strong commitment on that, but at the same time we need also to work in parallel in the other 10 million tons that have to be imported. And it's very important, the last point, that we had the legislation to define the elements that, and the definition of this hydrogen that is imported in the European Union, in order to create a level playing field when it comes to import. So very brief.
That was great. Thank you, Cristina. Sorry for... João, TSOs.
In 1 minute, TSOs, they need to respond to the needs of the grids. Grids are simultaneous an enabler, but currently a bottleneck on developing all this. And I'm mentioning electricity grids, hydrogen grids, and the conversion of natural gas into hydrogen grids. So in this, reinforcing the word of pragmatism, I would say that it's very nice and very politically correct to say that HNO, so future hydrogen network operators, they can be new players, but I think it's more than obvious that there are huge synergies to move from the current natural gas TSOs into hydrogen TSOs, because there is plenty of synergies and it can be achievable in a faster and a cheaper way. Regarding what you mentioned on what is foreseen in Portugal, this is going to be a pilot project. Of course, the quantities that are under the table or on the table are very, very small. We are speaking about roughly 120 gigawatt hours of hydrogen, but it's going to be very important because it's going to create a price signal. The base price, if I'm not mistaken, is about 127 euros per megawatt hour. So this will allow players to understand what is the expectations on the markets, but also gives the necessary signals if the market is there and responds positively. It puts pressure on policymakers, on regulators, on grid operators to make the necessary adjustment on the grids and to change this, what is currently said, which is these bottlenecks, to change the visual circuits into a virtual circuit, positive virtual circuit that will create the necessary momentum that hydrogen is asking.
Obrigado.
Hydrogen bank, it's rather a buzzword because it won't be a bank. It will be a mix of a bank and an agency, basically. One idea I mentioned already, it's to purchase jointly also on behalf of the European Union. And Mr. Šefčovič, the other vice president, is now responsible for joint purchasing for gas. Why not also for hydrogen? So let him play a role here. But I have one remark. We heard about the tenders right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Europeans, please let's not be so complicated. Tenders are always complicated. Look at the IRA. It's a premium. You decarbonize this volume, you get this premium for this kind of years. Simple and clear. So a premium might be the better way, and we will consult the bank to go for the simplest and easiest way to do it for some years in order to kick off. And thanks very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much. And join me in an applause for this wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you, Jorgo, for mentioning the speech by Ursula von der Leyen. I actually had it printed out and underlined, so it's available at the European Commission website. It's fantastic, and it's some of the things you mentioned. And I am sure, Arturo, you agree with me and most of the audience that we are misled. Despite him saying he's German, his passion is Mediterranean. I mean, I don't mean that there are no passionate Germans. There's a couple, I think, in Munich. Thank you so much for all the thank you. And I'm going to invite you to leave the stage this way. Our Mediterranean panel, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. Thank you so much. Allow me to change back to Spanish. Voy a volver a cambiar al español.
We are running late, so we are going to summarize this round table, and I will like to summarize it with pragmatism as a conclusion word. We have already two buzzwords, that is collaboration and pragmatism. One of the advantages of hydrogen is that you store the energy that later on can be transported to the rest of the world. Transportation, as Mr. Arturo Gonzalo said, the transportation can be one of the basic challenges of hydrogen, and that's why we are working and studying it. There are many ways of doing it, many different models, temperatures, etc. But the next guest will join us from Paris. He's a representative, an expert on the energy technology analyst of the International Agency on Energy. José Miguel Bermúdez, hello, good morning, of the IEA. Are you freezing cold in Paris? I think that the temperatures are lower compared to the Spanish ones, and the speaker is mentioning that they had a transportation strike. So, as the song says, come over to Madrid. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank Enagás for having invited me and for giving the the IEA, the International Energy Agency, to give me the opportunity of participating and to see the different possibilities for hydrogen. And as well, I would like to excuse myself for not having the opportunity of being present there in the room. And hopefully very soon I will be able to be there present in the room in Madrid. The first thing I would like to say is that hydrogen has a very important role to play in energy transition. Hydrogen is a very important industry. The annual amount of demand is 94 million tons, and most of it used in oil refining, in industrial, but the decarbonization of our market would require different reactions. So to try to convey the strategy of the agency IEA, I will base myself on the net zero emissions for 2050, and that is published in the energy perspective that we have just published, released last week, and this is covered much more than what you will be able to find it in our webpage of the IEA. The demand of hydrogen between the year 2000 and 2050 is multiplied fivefold, and therefore we have to consider transportation, long distance, air freight, sea transportation, to try to integrate the different elements and to alleviate the electricity grid. We have to produce it in a cleaner manner compared to as of today, and how these new demands require a very specific structure. The hydrogen production nowadays is captive, the only consumer and out of any market in Europe, but the future demand is on different applications, very distributed, that requires the creation of a hydrogen market in order to buy from this market and to increase the different infrastructures that would enable the flows of hydrogen from the producers to the final users. With the increase of production of clean hydrogen, we'll have to create a transmission network or grid, plus the storage, as well as the new ducts that can be part of the network that we have for natural gas. We have more than 200,000 in the US and in Europe. But for the year 2030, we would need 20,000, and for the year 2015, 200,000 kilometers. Most of them would be from the network of natural gas reconverted. In the case of Europe, this percentage would go up to 50%. At the same time of creating infrastructure to store in order to keep a balance to the different peaks on demand and to avoid the stoppage of supply, something that we are living now. So the demand of hydrogen that will not be as seasonal as the natural gas one, but it could be very much demanding on the renewable energies, and these would guarantee a stable supply, and storage might be one of the final solutions. In our scenario, we see that the capacity of storage between 2 to 2.5 up to 30 million in 2030 and to 500 million into 2050. So the analysis of the different projects that we have throughout the world, if all these projects would finish at the same time for a year 2030, we would be reaching more or less the demands of the ducts, but simply at 30% of the requirements of storage. As our presenter mentioned in the very beginning, the hydrogen can move energy throughout the world, and to reach the net zero emissions, not only we have to create national markets, but as throughout the world, but as well to create a global market to facilitate trading of hydrogen and its derivatives. So these would enable that countries with a low capacity of production would import, and that will give the possibility of exporting those countries that have or a huge capacity of storing or a huge capacity of production of hydrogen. So for 2050, it would be a third part of the market of liquefied natural gas, LNG. This requires a specific infrastructure that has been exactly the same for LNG, and the time that we have is quite less than the time that we had to create this infrastructure for LNG. So according to the demand of hydrogen, the requirements of infrastructure are so important, as it's the case of LNG today, as the gas ships. And at short term, these the plants of ammonia that we already have in more than 120 ports or harbors throughout the world. But in the case of the important gas tanks, gas boats, these would be very difficult to reach the level in order to reach this strategy of net zero emissions for 2050. And this would be within the manufacturing of the big ships, especially dedicated for LNG and for oil derivatives as well. So the development of hydrogen infrastructure has created, especially for Europe, the possibility of reusing the gas ducts and gasoducts that we are using in order to overcome the crisis created by Russia. And in the case of these ships, but there are certain limitations as far as the materials and the substitution of some of the infrastructures. The gas vessels and have to be increased in number on the for the transportation of LNG, and here we have the cost of investment of a new LNG plant, as for example the storing tank, the ducts. They can be reused with ammonia, but the higher weight of these would limit the the storing capacity. And for the transportation of LNG, it depends very much on the low temperature of the liquefaction of the hydrogen, and therefore we would try to use half of it. So the LNG tank would represent half of the cost of a new plant, of the new terminal, and the hydrogen tank is the double price compared to the LNG tanks. And you cannot convert it to ammonia, so there are many doubts about it. We have the possibility as well of designing the facilities to adapt them from the very beginning to store ammonia or hydrogen, and this would reduce the cost of reuse, but the increasing demand makes the ability of doing from the very beginning. And there are different challenges, and one of the big question marks is how can we adapt these? If we consider the adapting times or period, these projects, they require a lot of time from the very beginning to the implementation point, the FID, and which is the final investment decision, and it depends very much on the permits, authorizations, the biddings, different governmental tenders, etc. So all these projects have to start with many, very much in advance, in order to reduce as much as possible the implementation time. So the projects that we have, the most recent ones, that required between 6 to 8 years, and most of these projects have been under discussion for a long time. Then later on, the construction goes between 3 to 4 years, and very often they have finished the building before. And the permissions, authorizations, as in the case of new gas ducts, and these can reduce very much the deadlines. And to finish, I would like to mention the innovation, the need for innovation, and to invest on innovation in order to bet on clean hydrogen to make it a successful story. And in the hydrogen infrastructure, very often they're not commercial yet. We have only reconverted only one from natural gas to hydrogen, and it has been in the Netherlands. The salty cabins are one option, but they are not available throughout the world, and we still have to test its use for a rapid load and unloading process, and the hydrogen technology is not at the level in order to implement the hydrogen market. So we have to diminish the cost and to facilitate the scaling up and cost down. So if we consider all of these elements as far as the hydrogen, we had to go forward in order to avoid all those possible bottlenecks that we might face. And as a conclusion, and although today it is widely understood that hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization of certain sectors and to reach the net zero emission strategy, especially to eliminate green greenhouse effect. And therefore, I think that we have to develop a new hydrogen markets that would require very specific infrastructure in order to facilitate connection between producers and users, final users. And this structure will have to be developed in different layers. We have already mentioned international transportation, but we should mention as well the hydro generation plants, the storing capacity, the electrolyzers, etc. We have to bear in mind that we have to face the different energy requirements after the crisis that we are living. So therefore, all the governments will have to consider how the infrastructures and the future projects would contribute to eliminate the future development of hydrogen. And finally, this pathway will not be without any barriers, and most of them would have to be overcome in order to really allow hydrogen to play the role that it has to play in the future. So this is all on my behalf, and now I would like to thank once again Enagás for having invited me, and hopefully in the near future I will be able to travel to Spain to discuss this personally. Thank you very much, José Miguel.
Thank you, José Miguel. Thank you. As you know, your colleague Tim Wolf from the agency is with us today. Thank you very much. He came very quickly to Madrid to enjoy the presence here. Thank you. And he's going to talk about some of the issues which I'm sure were discussed during the session, which, as José Miguel said, took place on January 12th. And it's available on the internet. That's what I did. I listened to it throughout because he explains the forecast for 2023. Thank you.
José Miguel, y te despido con este calor humano de las redes, porque hemos tenido más de los 1.300.
We had officially 2,000 persons who had signed up, and there were over 1,000 persons following you via streaming. So, well, thank you for letting me know at the end. Otherwise, I would have been, I think, a little bit nervous. So thank you, Paris, and we will see you very soon. And, of course, thank you to the agency. Thank you all.
Y seguimos con otra mesa redonda.
And now another roundtable. As you know, as you doubtless know, economic changes that have taken place historically always had a protagonist, and it was usually energy-related. The Industrial Revolution, you remember, we've studied it, not that you remember because you are actual witnesses. You'll remember, as I say, that it was all about coal. The second revolution in the 20th century, oil, and now electronics. The energy mix then needed oil, natural gas, and renewables. But increasingly, these renewables are essential for transition, as we described before. They are advantageous, and these advantages are relevant. Hydrogen, say, we need to study hydrogen. We need to ensure we achieve those objectives that have been set forth for 2050. They need to be studied. And so we're going to talk about innovation and development, technological innovation and development in the field of hydrogen. So as before, let me introduce to you our 5 panelists. María Retuerto from the Spanish Research Center CSIC, Claudio Rodríguez from Enagás, Airbus Spain, María Carrero, CEO from H2 Green, and our moderator, Joan Batalla, Sedigas. Thank you all very much.
Gracias a Joan especialmente
Thank you very much, João. Thank you very much. We work often, of course, with our friend from Sedegas. He has picked up the gauntlet and will be moderating. As you see, there are more and more panelists. So thank you very much to Joan, Maria, Claudio, Silvia, and Mario. Thank you very much, Enagás, for inviting me. I think that this is a very important session indeed. We've heard our speakers this morning addressing the importance of hydrogen now, the importance of European legislation setting forth the rules of the game for the full deployment of hydrogen. But I would, I think, pick up on José Miguel Bermúdez's final words when he said, if we want this to be a success, relevance and protagonism lie in the hands of innovation. And it was very clear when he talked about the different technologies, when he talked about the deployment of hydrogen upon reaching maturity, technological maturity. And that's what we're going to talk about this morning. We're very lucky because we have a fantastic group of experts. Now, of course, they're all very important in their different fields, but what's truly important is that they're going to be talking about the complementary facets to innovation and development in technological terms. It's important to have access to this vision. So we have with us research centers such as CSIC, and we also have the opportunity to hear top-notch companies. So solutions to be provided by transport, mobility, air traffic, builders of electrolyzers. In this ecosystem, which is actually now blossoming around hydrogen, green hydrogen. So without further ado, I would like to begin very quickly. We don't have much time, and I have many, many questions. So I'm going to be very discreet in my questions, but let me pose the first generic question. I think it's a very germane one. And then taking into account your specific fields of knowledge, give us your thoughts regarding the questions. So if I return to our previous speaker who talked about all of the challenges that we face in all of the hydrogen value chain, let me ask you for your thoughts. Your thoughts about the bottlenecks. What are the bottlenecks? What are the technological challenges that we find? Again, from the vantage point of your institutions, entities, as you will. Silvia, perhaps, and on to Maria, then Mario, and then Claudio. Thank you. Microphone, please. Thank you very much to Enagás for having taken into account these two concepts for Hydrogen Day, innovation. It's wonderful to have a roundtable that focuses on innovation, and then aviation. Aviation is a major user, as we saw before in the slides, when we talk about transport and what is implied, not only light, but heavy airbornes. In aviation, I think that we would have to begin by saying that there are three fundamental aspects. The production of sustainable fuels for aviation purposes, or SAF, then the use of hydrogen in batteries or cells to make sure that our planes fly, depending on the size. We'd have to think about hybrid reactions and responses, and that might well include combustion proper of hydrogen. So those would be the three prongs, and each one of them has its own difficulties or challenges. And please do bear in mind that planes fly, they are airborne, and one of the leitmotifs of development is weight. And hydrogen is dense, but the dense is less than it might be. So it doesn't occupy volume. And our estimate is that we need 4 times more space for those deposits. And that in and of itself is a technological challenge, because we would have to come up with plain designs that would onboard those deposits. And then also, if we want to have the necessary fuel available, if we want it to be feasible on board, remember the weight, we would need liquid hydrogen. And here again is another challenge. That is the actual handling of liquid hydrogen and dealing with the deposits of liquid hydrogen. We are, of course, leveraging on the knowledge accrued in other sectors, but we know that we need to avail ourselves of currently available technologies, metallic tanks and so on, but we'll have to think about the use of other material in order to ensure that the deposits are lighter. And then thermal management. Cells, as we know, generate heat, so it's hydrogen which needs to be tempered in order that it can be used and become fuel. That's another challenge. Of course, safety. Safety is going to continue to be as important as it has been so far. Everything that has to do with sensors, with control elements, and so on. Hydrogen on board. This is another technological challenge. And I've just gone over the most important ones. Thank you, Silvia, very much. We'll look at others afterwards, but that was interesting. Thank you. Maria now. Thank you very much for inviting me. Let me talk about another challenge which is important, which is that hydrogen now is a part of everything. Now it's a household word, but until very recently, many people didn't know much about it. So we need to continue to research, which is why I think Spain has more of a challenge than other European countries, more than the US does, which is to ensure that transfer flows from the world of research to the corporate world. I was talking with Miguel Peña, a colleague of mine, who said that where there's a significant impact in leading publications, we have an impact of 4%, but the presence of Spain in the global GDP is much less. So something is happening, and we're not knowing how to go about sharing that expertise. We need to do that. And then I work on fuel cells. I think that all of us know very basically what the challenges are. We need to grow efficiency. We need to reduce dependency on critical metals. And I think also it's very important to cut costs. So maybe what we should do is think about economies of scale. I think that happens throughout the entire hydrogen value chain, and I imagine that this will continue to happen because this is what hydrogen begs for. And something else which I believe is important is that if Spain wants to be leaders in hydrogen production, we need to focus on sun, yes, and the possibility of production, but more than that, we should do what H2 Green has done, which is build our own technology. In other words, be producers of electrolyzers and of other components of cells, and do so ourselves so as to be, if only partially independent. Raw material is what it is, and it is found where it is found, but try to be as independent as possible. Thank you, Maria. Definitely. Grow that transfer of knowledge. And one of the words this morning is collaboration, working together for sure, and open innovation. And you were making a reference to companies such as H2 Green. So Mario, please, your thoughts about the challenges that we find in the nitrogen value chain? Thank you. Let me also begin by saying thank you to Enagás for inviting me. It's interesting for me to be able to speak from the vantage point of my company. We have basically two challenges at H2 Green. Optimize the manufacturing processes of the electrolyzers themselves. And when we talk about the manufacturing itself, we have two main lines. We have the lab line, electrochemical, where we build our own catalysts and we adapt the membranes to our needs. We build our own devices and we put together our stacks. Now, as to assembling the electrolyzers, if we think about the components, we assemble our electrolyzers, and we do this always bearing in mind the client's needs. And depending on those needs, we design the stack. With our own proprietary BOP, we optimize the application on the basis of optimization of the functioning of the electrolyzer, always, as I say, bearing the client's needs in mind. As to cost optimization, over the past few years, we've begun to construct small-size electrolyzers up to 6 kilowatts, and this has allowed us to look for the ideal components while at the same time guaranteeing that our suppliers negotiate prices with us. So from 2020 and until now, we have brought down the prices of that raw material by 2/3. As technological experts, what we want, of course, is to optimize the performance of the electrolyzers. We use raw material now, iridium, platinum, titanium. We need to maximize the efficiency of the electrolyzers, and ensuingly, our CAPEX will follow. As to innovation, as to optimization, as to using new materials, well, yes, we are looking for other components that will substitute titanium, platinum salts, or iridium salts. We're looking for alternatives. Thank you, Mario, very much. And I have a question for Maria and for you regarding how to grow the efficiency levels, how to cut costs. Claudio, please. Well, I have to say that José Miguel has laid the groundwork very clearly, and he's made my job today much easier. But let's remember that right now there's over 5,000 kilometers of hydroducts, different pressures, and practically all storage solutions at different scales are up and running. All of the elements that we need to build this challenge, this building of networks of pipelines, which our CEO addressed this morning, are sufficiently mature. When I say sufficiently, I mean that we've presented a plan which is broken down into 2 stages, 7, 10 years, 20 years forward. So I think it's fair to say that, as José Miguel said in his final chart, it's above 6. And all of us that are needed between now and the year 30 are between 8 and 9. So they're all achievable. And it's important, the scale and scalability. Part of those TRLs are evidenced and validated by market niches that are very specific. But at this point, we're thinking about international growth with more flow, with more needs, with more storage volumes. So we have a problem, or let's say a challenge in terms of scale. The industry, the sector needs to be able to respond to the challenge by offering more supply and ensuring that some of the solutions, compression, which is doable now, well, we need to look for more integrated and efficient machines. But this is not anything to worry about. If we look at the sector, we have experience as experts in gas. At the beginning of Enagás, at the beginning of LNG, we know that tanks were very far away. It was the OHL, and they weren't even the ideal solutions that we have now. And remember also, we didn't have cryogenic underground bombs. It hasn't been that long, has it? We began to see steam-based machinery. The hydrogen sector is much more sophisticated than the gas world was. But let's think about the life cycle of what we're going to be developing. This is not only about building and delivering. No, it's managing the life cycle. And I agree with José Miguel when he says it's very important to take hydrogen and its specificities in mind, its density and the specificities of failure in different typologies of material. This is very important. So we have our work cut out for us in terms of the prediction of flaws and managing but especially there's a supply and demand relationship which mandates to modulate and specify the optimum network design. Remember that demand is very similar, it's seasonal, but part of hydrogen is raw material, which natural gas is not. So there's that variability. We need to think about a design right from the start that takes diameter, power, and storage into account, because that is going to have a direct repercussion on the design of infrastructure, and it's going to affect the value of the running of the operation. And both concepts are going to have us understanding that this is going to be smart networks providing digital solutions in terms of quality, measuring, and security. We, for years, have been collaborating in initiatives such as IHB and more recently H2 Bar. And what we have done is placed on the table our specific knowledge that each one of us has, our experience, our know-how from past experiences, and we've sought to encourage the industry to progress and establish alliances so that this staging, this evolution of development be carried out in accordance with the ambition we have to develop the infrastructures. Enagás is a good example, and it is thanks to this collaboration that we have a grid of over 30 initiatives in practically all of the entities. Together with the TRLs, together with those situations, is something which does allow us to believe that we will solidly be able to achieve our ambition. Thank you, Claudio. I think there are two takeaways here. The importance of scale, deploying at a large scale what hydrogen projects are, and this assessment of the life cycle of the project. And you talked about the grid, the innovation grid, which is being worked on. Over the past few years, we've seen this up and running in Enagás. So innovation-wise, Maria, I would like to ask you specifically in the CSIC, the Spanish Research Center, what are the lines of research that you are now focusing on specifically with regards to green hydrogen? Well, the CSIC is actually a large entity. We're over 4,000 scientists, and there's 120 research centers. But we know that there's approximately 35 to 40 groups working on hydrogen in the entire value chain. So we have people working in the production of hydrogen, electrolysis and so on, alkalines, high temperatures and so on, solid state. But there's other people working in hydrogen production as of biomass or biogas, and then other areas which are more basic, if you will, less developed, photoelectrocatalysis to produce hydrogen. So I think it's fair to say that there are a number of groups. As to storage and transportation, perhaps less, or perhaps are more technologically inclined. There are groups that are focusing on storage, chemical storage, so different carbonates or material. Other groups that are working in the use of hydrogen, so fuel cells, of course, but other processes where we see hydrogen being used, the construction of synthetic fuels and so on. It's difficult to actually understand how the CSIC works. So over the past 3 years, what we have is technological platforms that are up and running, and most of the projects that deal with hydrogen, all of us are on that platform. Transcenter and Mobility 2030. And I think it's fair to say that we do see the kind of work that we do. Some are fundamental, some are more application-oriented. In Zaragoza, they're going to be setting up a station with a field of PVs. So it's interesting to see that the CSIC does contribute. Thank you very much for that. You've talked about progress, you've talked about innovation, which is, in fact, being encouraged by the CSIC. I'd like to ask Mario, please, if you could share with us what the business model is, what the background is to a company such as H2 Green. Because we talk often about technological innovation. We focus on the technological aspects, which are very important, but there's other facets to innovation. being open to collaborative models, for instance. And I think that H2 Green itself is an excellent example of the kind of collaboration that can exist in order to encourage, foster innovation and entrepreneurship in our country. Mario, maybe you could share with us the origins, the role of innovation in the creation of the company, providing solution in the field of electrolyzers, and how you see that contribution of entrepreneurship. Thank you for this question, but maybe my best answer would be by explaining how H2 Green actually arises. It was a proposal based on innovation with a desire to launch a pilot power-to-gas in Cartagena. And from that point on, I built an electrolyzer. It was a pilot. That project came about. And from that point onwards, they recommended that I build my own company as a technologist. This was an entrepreneurial project, Enagás Hydrogen. And what they told me was, set your company up with your corporate criteria. Do whatever you want to do. You're the boss. And then I started thinking. And I thought up H2 Green. I needed a partner to launch the company, to counsel me throughout that process, somebody who would protect me. And I like to say protected because I have always felt very safe because of the support they've given me. So that partner who launched H2 Green needed a technological partner who would back me up when I thought about scaling the electrolyzers, Techniker, up in the Basque Country. They are technological partners of H2 Green. So I have my two partners, and now I need an industrial partner who will help me launch the manufacturing of the electrolyzers. And in June this year, the Bombari Group joined H2 Green. And we have set H2 Green that has created a plant to build electrolyzers in Segovia, 1,200 square meters. And our model there is the 200 kilowatt electrolyzer. At this point in time, we are building electrolyzers of 25, 35, 50 kilowatts, 100 kilowatts, and in March, we will be working on a 200 kilowatt electrolyzer. Now, you can see that we've grown. I have escalated the electrolyzers in order to overcome the potential obstacles that crop up in escalating. And something else I'd like to add is that I'm just going to add that something which is absolutely essential when you think about innovation and entrepreneurial activities, if you want to support those ideas that exist, this disruption that exists when you're working on green hydrogen. And my final thought that I want to share is that I would like to recommend to large corporations the Enagás model. Well, thank you very much for those thoughts, and it definitely is very important. This entrepreneurship, generating opportunities, definitely. Thank you very much. Silvia, before I said that I had a specific question for you. You talked about transformation of mobility, flight, decarbonization in air transport. This is very important if we remember how much more flying happens now than it did before. Now, you talked about providing solutions in the case of airborne vehicles because of the specificities of hydrogen. But I'd like to ask, hydrogen calls for the transformation, of course, of airports. So onboarding new mechanisms to manage and store those new vectors. And my question then has to do from the point of view of Airbus Spain. What are your thoughts? What are the challenges? What kind of innovative activities are you focusing on in Getafe? Well, thank you very much. That's an interesting question. That definitely is a gauntlet when we talk about the model in Enagás. So let me just say that the challenges are huge, but we believe that they're absolutely doable. And this is why exactly, apart from technological development, I think it's fair to say that we need to ensure that hydrogen will be available, enough hydrogen will be there, hydrogen will be where we need it to be, and at the right price. I think that everyone knows that our ambition is to be at the head of decarbonization of aviation by making an aircraft available for passengers in 2035, which means that we have 10 years basically ahead of us to work very hard. We're already working very hard. We've been working really hard as of 2020, but we need to develop all of these infrastructures, everything that is necessary. We're working on it, and we need to ensure that this happens within the time frame specified. Now, airplanes and airports are very important. That's specific to our sector. What we've been doing now for some years now is we've been working on a project which is called clusters. And we believe that creating hydrogen hubs in airports has a lot of value added. And we need to carry out these activities sequentially. So we've begun to work in global terms with airports that already had included hydrogen within their strategy for heating purposes, for cooling purposes, and for logistics purposes. So airports, right, for vehicles for catering, vehicles for the movement of heavy weights, the buses to shuttle passengers from one to another terminal, and so on. So we're working with airports. We know that it's all sequential, and we understand that there is added value to ensuring that hydrogen be accepted, socially speaking. Society, passengers, everyone gets used to seeing hydrogen in airports, and launching pilot projects, working on the blueprints, thinking about the different models as to where the hydrogen itself would be produced. Now, of course, production and liquefaction on site in airports is tremendously advantageous. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And thus, we have signed an MOU with airports in China, Korea, Italy, all over the world. And specifically in Spain, we are working with AENA because we want to launch a project in AENA-run airports. We've actually presented joint projects, and we certainly hope to see that they receive the necessary degree of support. So that would be the first step to take. And above and beyond that, we are aware of the fact that we need to work globally and locally with all of the value chain. As end users, we know that we need to use with producers, distributors, not only the airports, with the airlines, and so on. And I do want to underscore that because of this, the technological platform, which I am the president of right now, together with two stakeholders, different associations, AENA and DG Civil Aviation, well, what we've tried to do is launch an instrument that will facilitate this joint effort in order to ensure that our roadmap is a little bit more local and national. It's the Alliance for the Use of Hydrogen in the Field of Aviation, which will be signed next week, actually, on the 25th January at the Ministry of Transport. There are a number of different working groups that work with different organizations, and there are very many organizations involved. And what I need to do is insist on the fact that I really do believe it's going to be an excellent tool, which is going to allow for everything we're doing to pick up speed. We want to ensure that we create jointly, that we build the necessary roadmaps that are fleshed out and that have gelled, and that we can negotiate with different stakeholders, including the regulators and the administration.
Thank you very much, Silvia. You've given us a quite intensive list of different options and joint ventures. We have a couple of minutes left, and I had a couple of questions, especially to Claudio Rodríguez. This morning, we've seen that both the president as the CEO of Enagás, they presented the different pillars of the development of the strategy for hydrogen, and we saw the H2Med presentation of the project, and here we had 62 to 65 days until the full implementation, working together with the different TSOs, operators. So my question is the following. I understand that this is a project of 3,000 kilometers of ducts. I imagine that they're full of challenges from the bureaucratic as well as the technical challenges, because part of the network is underground and under the sea as well. So what are actually the different challenges from the transporter's viewpoint for such an important challenge, so as to make it feasible? Well, I think that it is feasible to reach those challenges because there are different options of getting not only the different characteristics, and it is quite feasible to reach within this deadline. And that is what gives us the possibility of developing this sort of challenge, scaling up. After speaking about the different hydrogen grid or network, is that we have certain objectives. So we've already mentioned the technologies that we've already mentioned during the first part of our session today, but at the same time, we have already the experience in developing infrastructures. The fact that we have hydrogen or natural gas at the end of the day is a project that we have already carried out. Spain has 3 underground and underwater connections with the Canary Islands, with Morocco. So we know the model, the business model, we know the technical model, and the fact of transporting hydrogen instead of gas, for example, is merely technical characteristics that we will be able to overcome. On the other hand, the infrastructure, on what we mentioned before, between the balance between supply and demand, on the different curves of the production of hydrogen that we will have in Spain, we will require capacity for storing. It seems that the different partners, that we will need 25% of storing capacity, and I imagine that each country will have a different figure, but we will have to analyze the different solutions because we need to have plan B, plan C, and perhaps plan D as well. So at a European plan, we already have the cost-efficient one. Spain is not a country that we have very little storing capacity underground, but those facilities, as José Miguel has already mentioned, they have long-term deadlines, and it can develop on the different gaps, and we have to contribute as far as value in order to go hand in hand with this demand and to make it secure and feasible. So we have these options for the different underground storing, adapting on the gas system, and to do a conversion. We have worked in different projects in Gaviota and Cerrado. There are two projects, as well as the Yela one, that we have developed different studies, and this would guarantee a storing capacity that can be managed, one as gas and the other as hydrogen. And we have that projection. And after we, innovation projects, I would like to mention two on the 30 projects that we have mentioned, and that we thank very much the collaboration of all of the transporters. And here the implication of the technological network in Spain, the fact that hydrogen would drive collaborations, alliances, joint ventures, and that is a guarantee of success. We have Hailu project. Many years ago, we developed this meteorological center in Zaragoza, and now we will be able to adapt it to biogas and biomethane. And this would be a European reference for measuring facilities, and our partner ArcelorMittal on this Mangea, in which very much linked to this specifications for the hydrogen networks in order to have facilities. We need that it has a very dynamic entrance and exit. We are working with them in order to identify new materials to have these tubes more adaptive and to manage much better the network. And we have to manage the energy that we consume, and we really think that these initiatives are very important, and we have to complete this life cycle with high volumes of investment, high dates or timings and other smaller projects that you are creating with similar projects. Well, we have very, very few minutes left, and there is something that I would like to ask Maria and perhaps Mario as well. And now that you mentioned the importance of the critical material when developing the industry for hydrogen. In the presentation of the representative of the International Energy Agency on those flows of trade, how important are these issues, and what can we do to reduce the price, the final price of the electrolyzers? I don't know if Maria or perhaps Mario. From the producer's viewpoint, especially the electrolyzers manufacturers, they're based in titanium and on platinum. And in order to guarantee competitiveness, we have to substitute titanium by other materials that would guarantee those temperatures that we're reaching in the electrolyzers or other catalyzers, in order to substitute the amount of platinum used, and especially the Yes, precisely. We are working on reducing the critical metals, as for example in the fuel cells. And I am fully convinced that with everything, the situation that we are seeing, I imagine that we will reach certain materials that are not that expensive and that they work in a similar manner. But a noble material, but in nickel, it's considered as a critical material already in certain countries. So the idea would be that you use more alkaline material and perhaps more acid, and that is much easier to find materials that would work, but they will have other problems as stability, working at high temperature. But I think that we have to use different catalyzers for electrodes as well as the different layers for transportation, and I imagine that the world will be able to live on electrolyzers with a wider range of materials. And I think that the alkalines would have less materials, and we have to drop prices and scale up. I think that we have seconds left, although there are many issues that we haven't touched upon, but I think that it will be very important, and I am referring to the Vice President mentioned that Spain is already a reference after the U.S. And after Spain. So I would like to say that perhaps we are a reference thanks to the different initiatives that enable us to use all these advantages. Thank you very much to all of you participating in this roundtable. I've learned a lot in this roundtable, and I imagine that we will have to continue working to consolidate our knowledge and what is the role played by innovation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the collaborators of this roundtable, and you've done it wonderfully, and congratulations to the moderator. And I keep two words on mind. The first word is innovation, an open innovation, which is already a term widely used, including transformation of knowledge from scientists, from universities, and scaling up all the challenges, all the feasible challenges. And now we invite you to leave the stage, and we are going to proceed to give the floor to our last speaker. Thank you very much to the 5 speakers. We all know that renewable hydrogen is a vector coming from renewable sources. But the question is, how does the final consumer knows that this comes from these renewable sources? And here the system of guarantees of origin, and we have Susana de Pablo that has the floor now. Yes, I would like to tell you what are the different steps to take on the system of guarantees of origin. The guarantees of origin have awoken a lot of interest, and I think this is logical because it's a very important piece in this puzzle. Throughout the morning, we've heard a lot about 2030, 2040, 2050, but now I will like to speak about biomethane, and hydrogen is not something about the future, but it's something about today. And an important issue is the guarantees of origin. The guarantees of origin and the legal framework that has just been approved in May with the Royal Decree 276. The electrical grid had already certain systems of guarantees of origin for electricity, and we are going behind. This established the guarantees of origin, the electrical grid, and it was responsibility of GTS, which is the technical manager of the system and of the guarantee of origin. And this was an important responsibility and an honor. On behalf of, I would like to thank that the ministry has accepted our role in order to accept and to play this role. So here I would like to summarize what are the main tasks included in this responsibility. We had to have a proposal of the procedure of management in a period of 3 months to create an installations registry, and after to build this committee. And after we had 6 more months to create a platform that would provide a base to the guarantees of origin, and after to write this report. So on the 27th of May, we started working, and in less than a month, on the 20th of June, we drafted the first report of guarantees of origin, and the way we wanted to do it is to do it in a very collaborative manner, to hear the different voices. We were working for many times, developing procedures for natural gas. We knew very well all the different stakeholders, but the guarantees of origin, there was something different, because not only we had to consider the classical stakeholders' view, but as well to take into consideration new agents that had a lot to contribute. That is, we are technical managers of the system, and for us, the technical, to be technical is very important. And as the Secretary of State said this morning, we were working prior to this point, when we studied already the draft of the project, and where we saw that the GTS, the technical manager of the system, would be the responsible of the system of guarantees of origin. And we started already to work with different consultations to important stakeholders, important voices, but we really want to hear everybody, all the different stakeholders. So we really wanted a very collaborative project. So in less of a month, we opened a public survey. We heard everybody's voice, and we tried to implement many of the changes that we considered that they were very important in this first stage. As time went by, we sent that proposal before the deadline, 2 months later, the beginning, and in the beginning of October, the ministry published their project, Más Seguridad. And as we like challenges, we said, okay. And in all this consultation process, we carried out different workshops, different management procedures, and we had the software platform, or in the workshops, we had a participation of 516 attendants with 258 viewing. We received 253 modification proposals that we checked and double-checked with the ministry. And after we developed the computer platform, or the software platform that we were going to use. The technological platform that supports the guarantees of origin will start on next Tuesday, on the 24th, for both the users and handlers. And in March, we would start the second stage that would imply the transport, the expedition, transference, and redemption, and I think this would be in April. And after, we will have certain challenges, and hopefully you will understand why I call them important challenges. On the guarantees of origin, the GDO, the guarantee of an origin, is an electronic certificate that guarantees that the user is consuming a gas produced with a renewable source. And then we will have the generation that can be hydrogen, biomethane, etc. And in a parallel manner, we ask for this electronic certificate. The gas goes to its destination, the final user, and then the guarantee of origin goes towards the final consumer. So as the guarantee of origin, the GDO, says where was the energy produced and what source of energy they had produced. From the very moment that this GDO is produced, it can be embedded within a market. And this GDO, the guarantee of origin, has to be consumed or reunited. And from this redemption moment, redeemed, there are 18 months. And from that deadline of 18 months, the guarantee of origin has an expiry date, which is 18 months. And during this period, cannot be changed. It's only during this deadline of 12 months that you can export it, you can sell it, or you can import it from other countries. So trade these guarantees of origin during this deadline. So these guarantees of origin, they do not go together with a sustainability certificate. And this was one of the petitions or requirements that we have received through the different surveys that we have implemented. And that is something that we, an information that we, a piece of information that we sent both to the ministry and to the commission. But these guarantees of origin do not come together with a sustainability certificate, and it's something that we will have to continue looking for that purpose. what are the gases to which we apply these guarantees of origin? We have the biogas, we have the hydrogen, the biomethane, hydrogen and biogas. They could be introduced in the grid that we have in the network, or to independent off-grid, logistic off-grid, or even it can be destined to the self-consumption of the production player or company. And as responsibles of this process, we will have to name or certify certain companies, and in a parallel manner, we should do or carry out certain audits in order to confirm that that gas comes from a renewable origin. There are two important points. From March onwards, we will go to the second stage, and we could trade and redeem these guarantees of origin, but would not be able to exchange these guarantees of origin with other member states. And from that date onwards, we will have to work to connect it. We are going to connect our platform with the AIB, which is the responsible association for guarantees of origin, and only these association of issuing bodies, the AIB, and we are the only ones as the manager of the system that we can have these guarantees of origin. And this is the platform with which the CMC would connect them. This is a platform in which we can exchange, export, import these guarantees of origin with other 28 member states of the European Union, and has a list of 35 member countries. And another important comment is that this is the platform through which the guarantees of origin of the electrical grid in Spain are connected through this. They started in 2007 and did not connected through these guarantees of origin until 2016. And we are going to do this connection almost in the same year. And the connection of the guarantees of origin on this European hub, they had an exponential growth. And here the commission, the National Commission of Market and Competition, we had an acceptance of 3 million megawatts. We would be speaking about an average price, and we signed transactions above 230 million euro transactions. Another of the connections that we think that they're very important for the GDOs is the connection with the GDOs in the electrical grid. So why? Because renewable hydrogen that would be produced through these electrolyzers connected to the network, they will have a guarantee of origin, renewable as gas, if we have a connection to the grid of the electrical grid, if we have the guarantee that it comes from a renewable energy source. So this means that the gas one will be connected to the electrical grid. And the platform of GDOs for the electrical sector. So if in a certain point a combined cycle would use biomethane, that the energy being produced is of a renewable energy, they would require the connection to this so that we transfer this guarantee of origin in order to certify and show this renewable guarantee of electricity. So it is very important that we have a connection with the electrical grid so that the electrolyzers that are connected to this grid is green hydrogen, and on the contrary as well. I think that this connection is very interesting as well to the electrical sector. And I would like to close my presentation with the different challenges that we are facing. On next Tuesday, we will start with the register of facilities, and that would be the starting point in which we will have the different production. Later on, during the month of March, we'll continue with the basic functions, the expedition, transferring, and redemption. And from April to the end of the year, that is December 2023, we will have to observe the connection with the European platform and of the electrical GDOs managed by the CMC and as well the European one. And that is all. I hope that I have clarified most of the doubts that you had on the guarantees of origin. And nevertheless, on our web page, there is a link to a lot of information and to ask any questions that you might have. And hopefully you will accept this new platform. And before closing, I would like to acknowledge GTS from Enagás, Esther, Carmen, etc., that they have carried out their celebrated many workshops. There was a certain concern of the awareness in this sector, and there has been an acknowledgement of the sector of this effort paid to them, and I would like to thank the personnel and all the team in GTS. And I think that now we have just to cross the road and to continue with this.
Thank you very much, Susana. Lunch awaits. So as Susana said, everything is on the website. It's a very clear explanation. And we come to the end now of the morning session. Thank you very much to all. And as of 1500, we will be back. We will have our round table. Over 2,200 users who have connected. We were expecting many participants, but we're delighted to see that there's so many. So at 1500, we reconvene. Thank you all.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's doing well. Everyone is doing very well. Thank you. So good afternoon and welcome back. This is the afternoon session for Enagás Hydrogen Day. Now, for those of you who were not with us this morning, well, it was a wonderful morning, but the good news is that you can watch it from home. I'm Elena Corache. I'm very happy to be your Master of Ceremonies this afternoon, the Enagás Hydrogen Day. This is a full house, and we have hundreds of streaming attendees. So over 2,200 joined us this morning. As you know, you can use hashtag Enagás Hydrogen Day, the hashtag we always use, which is hydrogen is now. So we're going to commence our second round table. The morning is going to be a little bit shorter than the morning. It is definitely a day full of information, and the CEO of Enagás afterwards will be, at the end of the day, wrapping up. No pressure. So anything that you have missed out on, don't worry, he will refresh. So before lunch, I said that we would talk about finance and the value chain. We've talked about this at length this morning. When we talk about the value chain, we're talking about the comprehensive project from production to end use, different applications, of course. And each field calls for specific elements of knowledge. Security has to be guaranteed, and compliance, of course, is essential. So we have, as I say, a very interesting roundtable awaiting. And as I said this morning, I'm going to introduce our speakers, and a round of applause will be their due when they have all sat down. So Javier Goñi, CEO for Tiberia, Iberostar Glora Fixal, Repsol Juana Bascal, Ricardo Dominguez from Navantia, Enagás Renewable Anton Martinez, and our moderator is the Secretary General of GasNam, Eugenia Silero. A round of applause, please, for our distinguished speakers. Thank you. It is a challenge. Of course it is. These are true heavyweights, and we're not giving them very much time. But this morning, the moderators were outstanding and moderated as moderators must. So no pressure. The aim was to have everybody sitting down at 1500, and we nearly made it. I have to say that the Enagás team, really, they had no mercy. And here we are about to commence. Thank you all very much for being with us, those of you who are here physically, those of you who are with us via remote. And we're going to talk about the value chain of hydrogen and its uses. So thank you, Enagás, for organizing today's working session. And thank you to the speakers. And especially thank you for having allowed me to share this platform with the speakers who are with us this afternoon. I think that the Secretary of State was crystal clear. Spain has the opportunity of becoming a beacon in terms of technology and the sphere of hydrogen. But we need to think about the entire value chain: production, industry, tourism. What can we say? We all have to work together, because this project affects the country in its entirety. So let me give a little bit of background information. I think it's very important to know the specificities of each sector. And we have with us, as I said before, different points of view, and I'm sure that hydrogen offers different possibilities in each one of your respective sectors. Javier, I think that if you will, we could begin with you. So talk to us about fertilizers. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Thank you. Let me begin by saying thank you. Heavyweights. Well, we try to be heavyweights, but only in a philosophical sense. Fertiberia. I think we should remember that Fertiberia is a producer and consumer of hydrogen, one of the largest in Southern Europe. We today process up to 160,000 tons of hydrogen in Spain. So we are a very important stakeholder with decades of expertise, with know-how. Hydrogen is part of our nature. And I think it's difficult to really articulate a strategy in Spain without remembering that we represent 20 or 30% of hydrogen used in Spain. So we are fully committed. We are an essential portion of development of hydrogen in our country, and we know that we are a player. So what do we do at Fertiberia? Well, we manufacture ammonia. We're talking about sustainable vegetable nutrients. We're talking about fertilizers. And the challenge? Well, the challenge is those 165,000 tons that we transform of hydrogen, which are natural gas-based, therefore emissions exist. We want to substitute them as quickly as possible by a renewable hydrogen, which is the result of renewable energies. This is the challenge. And there are three ultimate objectives. First, we decarbonize completely our industrial activity. That decarbonization will allow us, with the plans we have, together with other companies who are with us here today, have allowed us and continue to allow us to announce that by 35, Fertiberia will be a company that will produce and that will be active in a sector which traditionally was perceived as difficult to decarbonize. And by 2035, as I say, we want to be an example, the first country in the world to achieve zero emissions, net zero. And that is why we know we're very ambitious. And what else? Well, we want to offer to European agriculture solutions that are green, fully green, so that when we are having lunch, say, we eat bread, we drink a beer, we enjoy a salad, and the products and foodstuffs have a minimum carbon footprint. And thirdly, this implies a series of opportunities for our company, because we want to produce more than 1 million tons green ammonia, and the potential is extraordinary, not only as a raw material for fertilizers, but also as a clean fuel for the naval sector or for energy, because ammonia allows for a wonderful solution to transport hydrogen. The molecule is going to travel from one continent to the other. So this is very, very important for us. And this is why we believe that the market will ×2 or perhaps even ×3. This is a wonderful opportunity for our company. And what's most important is that we're not talking about events awaiting in the future. No, we're talking about the here and now. Fertiberia now is producing green fertilizers. We have the largest electrolyzer in Europe, and we are currently offering sustainable fertilizers. We just signed an agreement with Heineken. In upcoming weeks, the barley to be grown in Spain for Heineken will be thanks to Fertiberia Zero Impact Fertilizer. So your beer can will be a beer can that will have the tiniest of all possible carbon footprints. That's important. That's our strategy. Well, great. Thank you very much. Now, we go from sustainable fertilizers to sustainable Eurostars, leaders in responsible tourism. Gloria, as Vice President of Iberostar, with regards to energy consumption, what are your objectives within that decarbonization policy which you have in place? Let me begin by saying thank you for inviting us. We at Iberostar, we're a family company, over 65 years of history, 100 hotels open in 30 countries, tens of thousands of employees, and as you rightly say, we have always focused on responsible tourism, which can strike a balance between profits and the legacy it wishes to leave behind to future generations. Tourist destinations that will have the least possible impact on nature. This is top of mind for us. It takes root in our group strategy, and part of the strategy addresses the 2030. Our roadmap, which was presented in Co-op Egypt last year, with the following objectives. The first objective is to decarbonize 85% of our scopes 1 and 2 by activating 4 levers, basically energy efficiency by reducing by 35% our energy consumption, electrification of hotels, refrigerating gases to ensure that there are no leaks with less TCA and less impact. And finally, a transition towards renewable energy. By 2030, Eurostar aims to have 120 megawatts in order to achieve that objective. And all of that allows us to stay on track to be carbon neutral by 2030. And in our crosshairs, 2050, we should be net zero. This is part of our philosophy, and hydrogen fits in seamlessly into this vision, into this plan for 2030, because what Iberostar wants is to turn the industry upside down in order to guarantee the responsible and accountable model. Thank you, Gloria. And now, Repsol, Joan, can you share your vision with us? Yes, of course, and let me begin by saying thank you for the invitation and congratulations, because I have to say that it is such a challenge that it's increasingly difficult to think that companies or the administrations will be able to achieve what we aim to achieve if we don't work together. Now, in the case of Repsol and focusing on what we do, well, we have as a society the challenge of transition. This calls for a reduction in the price of fossil fuels within the grid. And thus, it's obvious, I think, that electricity is going to be very important, but electricity in and of its own is not going to do the job on its own. And this, of course, for different reasons. We cannot think about decarbonizing heavy industry, heavy transport, and also because there's a number of challenges with regard to security of supply, raw material, minerals, and so on. So it's important, but not enough. What else needs to be done? I'm going to try to explain this in as straightforward a way as possible. Hydrocarbons are no longer the combinations of hydrogen and a source of coal and renewables, and that is where we begin to see renewable hydrogen playing a role together with other renewable carbon sources such as waste. Well, that's going to ensure that renewable fuels are available to us synthetically, or biofuels, biomethanol, ammonium, advanced synthetic biofuels, which are going to allow us to decarbonize and free ourselves of what we have in place right now. And thus, hydrogen appears in our Repsol plans. As you know, we were the first company to announce our commitment by 2050, and we have two paths to achieve this objective. What we use now in our refineries is gray hydrogen based on natural gas, and which is used to desulfurize our products, so release the sulfur in fuels, and also to crack, if you will, the bottom of the barrel in order to continue to achieve valuable resources. So this is important in Spain and in Europe. We consume 360,000 tons, and this is the first approach. This is how we onboard hydrogen into our projects. And secondly, it's a pillar of the strategy of renewable fuels. We have an objective. We want to produce 2 million renewables, 2 million tons, which sounds like a lot, but we distill nearly 38 million tons at this point in time. So the challenge now is a very important one. And this renewable hydrogen with other sources of carbon is what is going to allow us to make good on that objective and therefore onboard that renewable hydrogen not only into our industrial process, but also as a raw material of renewable products that are absolutely of the essence if we are to decarbonize the economy. Thank you very much. We can then talk about projects and the potential that consumers have as uptakers in order to ensure that those projects are feasible. Well, let's go sailing now. What does hydrogen contribute to your sector from the point of view of Navantia? Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Enagás, for this very interesting working day. It's absolutely wonderful to be here among all of you. Navantia, as a public company, because that's what we are, with a tradition and with the recent creation of synergies, green energy, which is where basically we look at offshore wind, but we're going to look at hydrogen. We are committed with regards to sustainability at a Spanish level, at a European level, and try to ensure that the technology is there to guarantee that aim. If I look at the maritime sector, I'd like you to remember that in global terms, 80% is moved about on sea. 11% are CO2 emissions of that transport, other gases, NOx, SOx. And then there's the difficulty on a ship to run anything electrically because of the autonomy, because of the size and scope, because of the specific needs of ships. But it's true that the decision has been taken that we need to reduce emissions by 50% come the year 2050. And we know that hydrogen definitely has a role to play. Hydrogen as such, the molecule that we're using now and that we'll be using, and I'll talk about this afterwards in our project in the submarine, but also as a component of other fuels such as methanol. So this is a challenge for shipbuilders, for shipping companies, for operators, for the ports, the logistics involved on the ship itself, but how the ports are affected for operational purposes in port. And again, ammonia is, I think, the more convenient molecule. This is a challenge. And this is a challenge that we need to tackle, bolstered by technology. On different size ships, on smaller ships, we will be seeing different type solutions. And the submarine we're working on is ethanol and hydrogen based. It has a fuel cell. And larger ships will have to be dealt with in the longer term. And of course, we will have to think about technological development. We're focusing on that, and Navantia aims to continue to work with technological experts and so on, and this is where we really want to work. And I want to talk also about green hydrogen. We're working in Navantia with that offshore wind energy. We believe that there is an association in order to generate green hydrogen. This is a wonderful opportunity when we think about business activities forward-looking. Thank you very much. We understand what Navantia looks forward to and its importance in maritime activities. But let's talk about production, because if we don't have renewable hydrogen, it's going to be very, very difficult to make good on the commitments. So Enagás Renewable, as a producer, you have very important projects underway. The CEO gave some inklings this morning. But Anton, could you talk, if only briefly, about your projects? Yes, in Enagás, as the CEO mentioned, we're working on a portfolio of over 25 projects involving renewable hydrogen. And these are projects that are large scale, that will allow the competitiveness of renewable hydrogen, making it come near to levels of commodity with projects that are small and medium-sized. We have different projects that are up and running. Mallorca, for instance, which have allowed us as a company to learn, because we learn by doing. Learn not only about renewables, no. All of us learn in the development of projects. So in the Mallorca project, over 75% of the investment was national value chain. And this is what has allowed for engineering companies, building companies, and so on, learn by walking the talk. There are 3 projects within the PERTES bid that will allow us to carry out real projects, looking at the same time as large-scale midterm projects. This is a winning combination. This is what allows us to jump from the PowerPoint to reality, which is very important. The projects we work on must abide by the following criteria. First, contribute to decarbonization by promoting renewables, so useful for our clients so that they can decarbonize their activities. Secondly, they need to be engines of the value chain. We need to be able to anchor the value chain in Spain. As the Secretary of State said, this is one of the reasons why hydrogen is a plus for our country. Third, they need to generate or create sustainable jobs. A number of our projects are based in fair transition zones. Hydrogen must be an opportunity for those parts of the country that are so needy of industry and the jobs industry creates, that contribute to the hydrogen roadmap because it is a country objective, and finally, that we develop them, that we grow them with our partners. I think that this panel is a good example of how we want to work. We are sitting here with partners from the projects, clients, that would be Iberostar, and we have Navantia. Apart from being immersed, it will furthermore for sure be an essential pillar in the value chain of hydrogen. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. As you said before, this is real life. We've been told this morning that pragmatism reigns. This is very important, and these projects definitely allow us to understand the realities. So Fertiberia have been pioneers in developing fertilizing projects. So why don't you talk to us a little bit?
Yes, actually, we have been leaders or pioneers in this sort of projects. We have the plant in Puerto Llano, one of the first experiences of green hydrogen. And according to what Anton just mentioned, we are experts in creating those ecosystems in order to have very competitive projects. So in those partnerships, what does Fertiberia bring about? We are going to have an off-taker. That is a guarantee. Everybody wants to produce hydrogen today and everywhere, but the big problem that everybody faces is, what am I going to do tomorrow with that hydrogen? In 10, 15, 20 years, the markets will be growing, and the bet for the future of hydrogen every day looks much better compared to the previous day. There is a reality, and that is when starting with a project, you have, in a specific project, you have to invest in studies, in permitting processes, and a huge amount of money in CapEx. And normally, 70% is financed by banks or financial companies. So who would guarantee the offtake? Who would pay for the green hydrogen from day one in order to make the profitable project and to have good revenues or a good profitability return? And this Fertiberia, it's an enabler of these sort of projects. And now we have, together with different partners, different projects. What the CEO of Enagás this morning mentioned, we have a project of the Avilés plant. We have common requirements of hydrogen. We are developing a project idea that will wants to produce 1,500 million tons in the first stage, and after to start working with specific electrolyzers. And in Castilla León, we will enable to decarbonize our plant in Fertiberia and in Narnes. And we are doing exactly the same with Eras in Sagunto, with Naturgy, Vestas, FET, the Danish fund. We continue with our projects with Iberdrola. We are developing projects in the northern part of Sweden with the production of green fertilizers and ammonia, the only country that does not have production of fertilizers in energy, renewable energies. So at the end of the day, we are playing a role of guaranteeing the uptake, but as well as developers. That is, that we are helping that these projects will be competitive enough so as to produce hydrogen at one of the lower prices of costs in Spain and in Europe, of course. We have the possibility of doing it in Spain. Spain complies and abides with the different requirements. And the fact that we are present in many different groups, we have an added value in order to see the different environments and to be able to guarantee those different situations. One very good role. And Gloria, I imagine that many of us in Power to Green in Mallorca, we are. You have the participation of a hotel chain. We are very much aware, as a tourist group, we are very much aware that the requirement and the need of green hydrogen is not as important as in many other sectors, but we are a company that we believe in sustainability and we really want to support this energy transition. That is one of our pillars. Without collaboration, it's very difficult to reach anywhere, and in the decarbonation, we have to decrease in 50% our emissions, and we will have to convince and to this challenge of change is what has made us to participate in this meeting in Mallorca and to try to use this green hydrogen. And we really think that this year we will be able to close in one of the hotels in the beach in Palma, and therefore we will become pioneers in having the two first buildings net zero emissions, one operated with a fuel cell, and this is one of the challenges. So within this transition, we support everything that will put forward this initiative in order to create this awareness. I think that touristic destinations move a lot of people, and therefore, if we already open within the path of green hydrogen, Iberostar would like to be part of this new roadmap, and in order to create tourism in a responsible manner. So we are very, very proud of all the Spanish companies that are enhancing all these sustainable and net zero emission projects. So, Juan, tell us what are the most important projects, and I would appreciate if you tell us the different working guidelines that you are implementing. I think that we have a wonderful opportunity because we have on the offer and the supply side, 70% of hydrogen, the costs are very high according to CapEx in general. So as it has been mentioned, it is very difficult to have off-takers as fertilizers or oil refining, and it's an important sector of many, many millions, and that guarantees that these off-takers are very important. Today, supply and demand are very difficult to meet, and therefore we need to adapt to the new reality, to the new framework put forward by the U.S. in this new roadmap, and to try to consider the costs more on the taxpayers, much more than on the user side. And I think that we have a good environment and we have a good opportunity to become an important stakeholder here from the very onset of the project, the generation, production on 20 megawatts on 2030. After with the renewables, we would convert it in hydrogen. hydrogen. Then we are within a project of corridors, of hydrogen corridors in the Basque Country, in Bilbao, in Tarragona, the return of industrial classes, which is another way of transferring to industry, to try to have these projects as well in Galicia, in the area of Puerto Llano, where we have the plant, and we have Fertiberia present as well. But not only we would like to produce hydrogen, but as well to have access to this technology. We are starting with this new technology. The industry is not still prepared. We have to scale up. We have just signed an agreement with Navantia to implement a plant in Ferrol, another in the Basque Country. And as Anton just mentioned, we have to make this awareness in the industrial network, and to encourage the off-takers, not only in refinery, but as well in the hydrogen, 2.5 gigawatts. 2 gigawatts, that is more or less the capacity that we are considering for 2030. And this is one of the pillars for renewables. We are going in Cartagena, we are going to implement this year the first biofuel plant. In Tarragona, we have the Coplanta project in which we are investing, and we will convert 400 million tons of waste residues, solid residues, into green hydrogen. And in Bilbao, for example, we have another of synthetic fuels in which we incorporate hydrogen, and together with the capture of CO2 would make a renewable origin. So we will track all the value chain from the start point to the offtake as a company, and of course as a Spanish company. I've heard two questions, Navantia and electrolyzers. Well, I think you can fit it together with the synergies that have just been mentioned. We have created Navantia synergies. We've taken this concept of synergies, which is the maritime world, implemented or applied to the offshore energies. In Ferrol, we have a turbine plant where we can mechanize everything, and from the different licenses of technology, and with agreements and partnerships with Repsol to be able to start with this. In this development plan that we have, this is one of the working line that we have in Navantia synergies, together with the different propel mechanisms. And our know-how in Cartagena with the S-80 submarine, and it is using a fuel cell, and this know-how on hydrogen will make us grow. And in Navantia, we really want and focus on working in a collaborative way with Enagás, Repsol, with different expert technologists, in a collaborative manner and in an open manner. We have important challenges before us, so we will be in different projects at Insign or creating an excellence center to develop, to attract talent that in many sectors it is very difficult. And we really think that we have to create this attraction point to young engineers that would help us in open new options. In our sector, there are many challenges still to start. We have to invest in research and development, and that is precisely where Navantia has focused. Anton, We are listening to many different projects here in different sectors that represent an important challenge, as Ricardo's just mentioned. But what are the barriers that you are facing in Enagás Renewable? Well, there are barriers, without any doubt, for developing these projects. But before starting with the barriers, we are going to have a general look to what have we advanced as a country. So one of the presentations in the year 2020, what were the 4 challenges in order to develop hydrogen projects in Spain? The first one was to have a strategy on hydrogen to see what were the sectors of decarbonize. In 2020, we have the authorization of this roadmap first, then the GOD, the guarantees of origin, and after another of the objectives was a framework that would reduce and improve competitiveness of hydrogen compared to fossil fuels. And we have already been given the different partes in order to accept the different renewable projects, and after as well the different hydrocarbon legislation that would start from the production of hydrogen, development, and into different separate royal decrees. So we have gone very much forward, even perhaps more than what we really think at 2020. So I think that we are much better off than 1 year and a half ago. Do we still have many challenges? Yes, of course. Not only the environmental bureaucracy, because the bureaucracy, in order to accept and implement a project, requires an environmental, because we have a parallelism between hydrogen with fossil fuels, and the renewable hydrogen are much better than the ones carried out with fossil fuels. So we require a much simpler process of bureaucracy, of paperwork. It is very difficult to create a new, the consideration of the new legal framework, to consider the different time schedule, programming, in the different countries, and as well the strategies to attract investments. We are already suffering the different consequences of different partners that would like to know what will be the final situation of the regulatory world in the US and in Europe, because we still have barriers, of course, and many areas of improvement, but I think that we have improved much more than what we thought, especially if we were present in 2019 or 2020. Well, good news, it seems. And in Fertiberia, you were one of the pioneers. To become a pioneer in a sector, very often it says that you have to open a way, and the plant of Puerto Llano was one of the first projects, and perhaps you can tell us what were the barriers that you had to overcome. Well, I like to speak about challenges instead of the word barriers that it seems that you're never going to overcome. In Puerto Llano, we have overcome or managed to achieve all these outcomes before the deadline of the project. And in Europe and in Spain, we have a certain level of ambition, and with the Ukraine war, I think that all of this has been accelerated, and self-dependency on an energy, etc., are different catalyzers or catalysts that have to be framed in a special situation. transportation. So we have that ambition now, but this morning we've seen many elements that they're challenged. That is, if we have a 5-year plan of 5 years, that might be a problem. And I think that we have to have a positive view, and it is quite clear that in all the different stages of a project, we have to find a way of accelerating all of this, perhaps creating new elements. Secondly, we have realized the competence that we have in these specific geographical areas, as it's the case of Spain, and it seems that Europe was taking the lead, and we find that the U.S. is trying to overtake us, and Europe cannot lay back, and we have to have exactly the same support that they found in the U.S. And at the same time, we have to bear in mind that there are many difficulties, and in Spain, I think that we have very solid companies with execution ability, implementation capabilities, and we can bring this to success. Of course, European Union and many Spanish companies, I think that we will reach that moment of overtaking all these difficulties and barriers that we are facing. I don't know if you all share this vision, as Javier just mentioned. I don't know if you have something to add to the possible situations that we may have on the different problems that we should envisage, and what would you suggest? Well, I think that it is very, very similar, the situation, to what it has been commented here. I think we have started with full strength, but unfortunately, this is a long race. All of a sudden, we found somebody overtaking us, and that is the U.S. And in Spain, as we were saying, we have X tons of hydrogen, and the investment of the U.S. is much bigger. On a year basis, our PERTE in Spain is 1.5 million, but that's for the whole life of the project. So here we have to appreciate the differences. And we are very specific regulators, because not only we have hydrogen, but we have hydrogen produced with an electricity consumed at the same moment in which we produce it, and it is very difficult to match supply and demand. And all the permissions, all the bureaucratic steps, I think that, and the paperwork, etc., the authorization, licensing, there are many other players that they're speeding in this race, and we have to speed ourselves. I think that the collaboration, of course, the challenges that we are facing, they're there, but as well we have to be very positive within all the different stakeholders in this value chain. We have to be very collaborative between the different actors. We have the opportunity of creating a green hydrogen because of our environment and our weather and geographical situation, but we have to collaborate, the administration on the one hand, the regulators on the other hand, and as well the big companies and the private sector, of course. And after, to incentivize demand. Javier was saying before that we have an important capability of producing hydrogen, but we have to incentivize demand. The presentation of IEA, the International Energy Agency, we have that other sectors as transportation or industry that consumes other fossil fuels will start consuming renewable hydrogen. And for this, we require investment on this line. So not only creating advantages for the supply, but as well to create a certain demand. I think that you have given us the different vision or views of 5 different companies, of the strategy of hydrogen that would enable us to decarbonize, and we've seen the different steps of the value chain, and that is how it is established in the roadmap of renewable hydrogen. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Eugenia, thank you very much. I am going to do a summary of this roundtable. Just in one word, all these such a different sectors, only one word, using only one word. President? I've chosen another word, synergies. I think it summarizes very well what we've seen here, but that is our roadmap, and to the 3,500 followers that have been connected on 3,000, not 500, but 3,050 viewers. Thank you very much to the speakers and the moderator. Thank you very much.
Porque seguimos, se ha mencionado muchísimo la Agencia Internacional de la Energía.
And we continue here. We have mentioned several times the International Energy Agency, and we are happy enough to have here our next speaker. And he's not using, do you follow? How's your Spanish? Do you follow what we are saying here in Spanish? Because I see that you don't have your earphones.
We have the pleasure of not having one but 2 members of the International Energy Agency today with us. This morning, José Miguel Bermúdez gave us a fantastic presentation that's been very popular, not only by streaming, but here people have mentioned it once and over again. And I mentioned that last Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, on the 12th of January 2023, there was this presentation called the Energy Technologies Perspective 2023, which is fantastic. As I mentioned, you can watch now on the web, on internet. And the executive director of the International Energy Agency started this presentation, as you know, by Fatih Birol, by saying, and I quote, "A new global energy economy is emerging," which might sound like a simple sentence and but which economy is he talking about? What are we talking about? We know there's a big economy behind the hydrogen, but give us more details. Well, to give us more details, a more in-depth presentation in this regard, as I said, we have the honor of having the chief energy economist at the International Energy Agency. He's here with us. He's Tim Wood. Tim, welcome. Lovely to have you.
Much indeed for that warm welcome. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you on the Hydrogen Day at Enagás. I shall attempt to upstage my colleague José Miguel, with whom we work very closely in the IEA. I'm very happy to continue the dialogue that we're having on this topic and also with Enagás. We're living in very difficult, in very turbulent times for energy markets. We've never seen, in the view of the International Energy Agency, a crisis of this depth, of this complexity as the one we are living through now. And of course, that's a tragedy for the people of Ukraine. It's caused huge pain for households, for businesses, for whole economies, particularly here in Europe. And natural gas is central to today's crisis. And of course, that also means that alternatives to natural gas are very much in the spotlight when we think of ways out of this crisis. And when we look at the prices, TTF, when we consider where gas storage levels are today, we're now 30% above the 5-year average for gas storage levels at this time of year, when we spent most of last year wondering about whether we would ever get back to the 5-year average. It's easy, in a sense, for a little bit of complacency to creep into the debate on natural gas and the crisis in Europe. But I think it's important to have in mind as we start this conversation that Europe is really not out of the woods yet when it comes to the immediate crisis that we're facing. We still see some quite considerable risks. A lot of the easing has been down to weather. There are still big uncertainties out there over how the gas balance in 2023 will evolve. In our view, it wouldn't take much, either in terms of weather or in terms of further reductions in Russian deliveries, or indeed in terms of a return by China to the sorts of import levels for LNG that we've seen in recent years for gas markets to tighten. So I guess the first message from my side would be, let's not forget those risks. Let's redouble our efforts to put our energy economy on a different footing, to move more rapidly into that new energy economy that was just mentioned. And in the view of the International Energy Agency, a crisis of this sort, in the end, will accelerate the structural changes. It will accelerate moves away from natural gas in many advanced economies, and in our view, will slow the growth of natural gas elsewhere. But it's obviously an opportunity for low emissions gases, for biogases, for hydrogen. It's not automatic that that opportunity will be taken up. It's a very dynamic picture, as we've heard also on the last panel, but many different elements need to align if low emissions hydrogen is to become a major investment opportunity in Spain and elsewhere. And what I'd like to do in these words is to talk through some of the elements that we think are in play from the perspective of the International Energy Agency. And where I'd like to start is with a broad picture of the clean energy investment landscape. For 5 years after the Paris Agreement, the world was putting around $1 trillion each year into clean energy. And by clean energy, we don't just mean renewable power, we mean grids, storage, we mean clean fuels, we mean improvements in efficiency. Now, of course, $1 trillion is a lot of money, but that was flat. You got more for your money each year as clean technology costs came down. But this kind of picture is really a long way away from where we would need to be if we are to meet our climate challenge. We saw a first sign of change in 2021. And in our view, because of the responses of governments to today's crisis, and that's true in Europe with REPowerEU, it's true in the United States with the Infrastructure Act, with the Inflation Reduction Act. It's true in Japan with the money that's now going into clean energy through the GX green transformation. And it's true in China, India, and many other countries. So we think that by 2030, that $1 trillion that we had in recent years will become something much closer to $2 trillion. And that's because the emissions reductions goals are now being reinforced by energy security priorities, and they're also being reinforced by very important considerations of industrial strategy. Different economies are looking for footholds in that new global energy economy. They're looking to strengthen their position in different points along the value chain. And the new energy technology perspectives was just mentioned. That highlighted this huge opportunity that there will be for clean energy manufacturing. But it also highlighted the potentially risky levels of concentration in those value chains today. And you can see that in pretty much every area of clean energy. Those levels of geographical concentration are significantly higher than we have in oil and gas value chains. So there is a lot to be done to increase resilience there, and I'll come back to that in a second. But the bottom line is that today's crisis reinforces a trend, in our view, towards higher investment in clean energy, both for mature technologies like wind and solar, but also in emerging areas like low emissions hydrogen, and that there's increasing international competition in these new value chains. So is this new momentum, is this $2 trillion enough to get us on track for our climate goals? Just to benchmark that against what we think would be needed in different scenarios. So we get to 2 trillion, but if we were to get on track for meeting national net zero goals or other pledges made by governments around the world, we would need to be considerably higher than that. And if we want to get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization in global average temperatures, we would need to be still higher across many different technologies. And of course, what we do on the clean technology side then determines how much we need to be investing in fossil fuels in order to avoid price spikes and the sorts of market volatility that we've seen in recent years. But I think with this chart, I wanted to highlight that it's not simply a matter of reallocating funds that currently go to fossil fuels to different parts of the energy sector. We need to be bringing new investment into the energy sector. We need to be bringing new sources of finance to this. And with that, I'd like to turn to how hydrogen fits into this picture. So hydrogen momentum continues to be strong for all the reasons that we know well. But when we look at the projects that are under consideration for low emissions hydrogen, and when we look at how many of those are actually moving beyond the planning stage to full final investment decisions or operation, we can see that there are still some unresolved questions. For the moment, our estimate for total global investment in low emissions hydrogen in 2021 was around $4 billion US dollars. That would need to increase very dramatically, and we'll come back to that in a second. But what we did in a global hydrogen review, which Jose and colleagues were working on and we released last September, was to track the status of low emissions hydrogen projects around the world. And now, I'm sure you're all aware, 2021 total hydrogen consumption worldwide around 94 million tons, but less than 1 million tons of that was met by the production of low emissions hydrogen. And almost all of that came from plants using fossil fuels with carbon capture, utilization and storage. And the good news, which you're looking at on the screen, is when we add up all of the projects that have been announced by companies around the world for the production of low emissions hydrogen, it's clearly a very dynamic picture. So if all of these projects came to fruition, then annual production of low emissions hydrogen could reach around 24 million tons by 2030, with around 14 of that on the left-hand side there, based on electrolysis, and up to 10 million tons based on fossil fuels with CCUS. These are impressive numbers. They're equivalent to around 70% of the annual production that we would need to meet national climate goals by 2030. And on the electrolysis side, the realization of all of the projects at different stages of development could lead to installed electrolyzer capacity of up to 240 gigawatts by 2030. However, as we're all aware, a planned project is not a done deal. A significant part of the projects that we examined were advanced planning stages, but only around 4% of that project pipeline has yet moved to a construction phase or has taken final investment decision. So we're at a very promising moment. There's plenty of things happening in the hydrogen space, but we're still some way away from realizing that big expansion in practice. So I wanted to highlight what are some of the reasons that are still preventing projects from moving ahead. So by definition, many of the projects that we're talking about are first movers. So they face a combination of risks, including uncertain demand, uncertain regulatory frameworks, lack of infrastructure, or lack of operational experience. And moreover, hydrogen's a capital-intensive business, so it is impacted by the broader macro environment, including the rise in borrowing costs. So as we've heard and as we're all aware, governments are reacting with a range of measures to bring more projects forward. And one of the key things that we're looking for is the ability of project developers to secure reliable offtake arrangements. Nothing brings down risks more effectively than a reliable offtaker. And these haven't been particularly easy to find. So we've spent a lot of time looking through all of the national hydrogen strategies that have been written in Europe and elsewhere. And they, of course, vary country by country, but I think it's generally true that they are quite supply heavy. They feel imbalanced in the way that they treat the production side, where there tends to be a lot of attention, but the vision tends to be much less clear when it comes to where that low emissions hydrogen will actually be used and how this demand can scale up. So we've put a lot of emphasis in our own dialogue with governments on the demand side, the policies that can bring demand for low emissions hydrogen forward using instruments like auctions or mandates or quotas or requirements in public procurement. And we think it's particularly important to look beyond the existing hydrogen uses and to generate some public demonstration support for projects that can demonstrate the use of hydrogen in new applications, whether that's in heavy industry, heavy duty, road transport or shipping. In our view, there is an important opportunity to scale up demand, particularly in areas where we've already got a high concentration of industrial users. So industrial ports seem to be a very good candidate in that respect. They offer economies of scale. They offer a reduced need for upfront infrastructure and transmission and distribution infrastructure. So today, much of the refining and chemicals production that uses hydrogen based on fossil fuels is already quite concentrated in coastal industrial zones around the world. And so encouraging these places to shift to cleaner hydrogen production would really help to generate those economies of scale that can then drive down overall costs. And then these large sources of hydrogen supply can also fuel ships and trucks serving the ports and power other nearby industrial facilities like steel plants. So the ports could also be centers for low emissions hydrogen supply as trading hubs or due to access to offshore wind or CO2 storage sites. And what I would leave you here with there is this is just the share of all of those projects that have been announced that are actually approved or had been approved as of the time that we conducted that analysis last year. So this brings us to the importance of strong supportive policies. I think we're all aware of the sorts of numbers that are in the REPowerEU plan. That already would require a massive scaling up in investment across Europe. We estimate that supplying that 20 million tons of low emissions hydrogen targeted in the REPowerEU plan, that would require something around 700 to 850 billion US dollars in total investments this decade. And that amount could double if you're including financing costs. And the breakdown of that kind of capital investment is what you're looking at on the screen. Very important also to have in mind that a lot of that investment would need to take place, outside the EU if you accept the way that the REPowerEU plan is set up. So that underscores also the need for international partnerships as well as internationally agreed certification schemes and standards for defining low emissions hydrogen. But the thing I wanted to emphasize here is that the point that we saw when we went through the national strategies, this imbalance that I mentioned, that's also visible when you look at these international aspects. So if you look at our project tracking, supply side internationally oriented projects are again outpacing demand and midstream initiatives. So projects representing a potential 12 million tons of export capacity are in various stages of planning. These are far more numerous and more advanced than corresponding projects to underpin import infrastructure and demand. So how quickly we move ahead depends on all sorts of things, on policies, particularly on the demand side, how quickly we can scale up companies throughout the hydrogen value chain, on the scale of deployment, and on continued innovation. And it's this innovation topic I'd like to come to now, because we did some recent work in collaborating with the European Patent Office to investigate how hydrogen is doing on a number of innovation metrics. So we were looking at for international patent families across the entire hydrogen value chain for production, transmission, storage, end-use applications. So what sort of companies had been making these applications, where they're located, to try and give us a picture of the hydrogen innovation space. And I think, there's obviously some concern and even occasional pessimism about, how Europe's industrial competitiveness will fare in a changing energy world. But our analysis here was quite encouraging for Europe. And the first point to say is that when we looked at the changing nature of these applications for patents over time, there's been this broad shift in favor of clean technologies. So hydrogen technologies, primarily motivated by climate, generated twice as many patents in the last 10 years as established technologies. And that, I think, is an important forward-looking indicator of the growth that we can expect in some of those low-emissions hydrogen technologies. But the point on the next slide is to emphasize that Europe has come out of this pretty well. Lots of patenting activity, and there's also quite a good match between that patenting activity and actual manufacturing. And a good example there is in electrolyzers. And you can compare that, for example, with Japan, which has seen plenty of patenting, plenty of innovation work, particularly by the automobile companies. But investment on the manufacturing side has not yet taken off. And that means that if we look at the electrolyzer manufacturing state of play worldwide, it is much more diverse than is the case for many other clean energy technologies. So China, for the moment, produces the largest share of electrolyzers worldwide, around 40%, but Europe is not that far behind with 25%. Of course, today's picture is only a shadow of what we could expect to see in the future. So it's important also to look at, who's planning manufacturing expansions in the future. In many areas of clean energy manufacturing, this Energy Technology Perspectives publication from last week highlighted how a lot of that remains in China. Some of it will change with the Inflation Reduction Act, but many of the manufacturing expansion plans are still in China. That's the case for solar PV, it's the case for onshore wind, it's the case for EV batteries. But electrolyzers are a little bit different. In this sector, the main manufacturing capacity announcements for the period to 2030, they're split roughly equally between China and the European Union, with around 25% each, and another 10% in the United States. And I think that finding reflects the fact that this technology is likely to be less extensively traded over long distances, so electrolyzer manufacturing, it's probably going to be located closer to demand centers. I think, but it also demonstrates that Europe is more than capable of exercising technology leadership and building up strong footholds in the new clean energy economy. A final set of considerations. I think overall our analysis highlights the prospect of very steep upward curves for all parts of the hydrogen value chain, especially if we are to achieve our climate goals. The positive commitments are there, both from governments and the private sector. And I'm just going to scroll across to the investment requirements on the right-hand side. So in a scenario in which the world hits its individual country net zero targets, so if Europe hits its carbon neutrality goals, over the next 10 years, you would see a massive expansion in low emissions hydrogen investment. So I mentioned the 4 billion that we had as a starting point, but that would need to increase by more than 20 times over the course of this decade. We've spoken already about the importance of good policies to reduce risk, to improve the economic feasibility of low emissions hydrogen projects, and to create demand in key areas. Demand side key, and it's really lagging behind low emissions production ambitions. And we've spoken about the importance of manufacturing capacity. And just before closing, I'd like to cover briefly two other issues, infrastructure and the question of coordination. Now, I know my colleague José spoke this morning on the infrastructure piece, but it really is critical. Most hydrogen is consumed today very close to where it's produced. But we can see that we may be moving into a world where we will need to have much more infrastructure to connect renewables-rich parts of the world with those demand centers. And so we have a sharp increase in our investment numbers for fuel transport, pipelines, storage facilities, terminals, refueling stations. So that's already up to around $20 billion US dollars worldwide by 2030. And it would need to rise even more quickly in a 1.5 degree scenario. So planning, executing such investments which can have long lead times in a timely manner, and that is going to be challenging, even if some of that infrastructure can be repurposed from the existing natural gas grid. And that brings me to the final point, that's one on coordination. Most of the low emissions hydrogen projects that we've seen worldwide to date have had relatively simple value chains, so electrolyzers located in refineries or in fertilizer manufacturers, and they're connected then to major renewable projects. These are very important building blocks for the future, but we have to also recognize that those kinds of value chains are going to become considerably longer and more complex. So at one end, you've got the manufacturers of the electrolyzers or the equipment for CO2 capture and storage, devices for hydrogen transport and so on, including all the raw material inputs there. And you have the installation then of hydrogen production capacity, contractual relationships with different parts of the electricity sector, potential relationships then with gas suppliers, CO2 storage companies, EPC firms. And then for trade, the value chain is also going to include the construction and operation of new port infrastructure, buffer storage, pipelines, ships, refueling stations, plants to convert the hydrogen to more readily transportable commodities and back again. And finally, then the offtake agreements with the users of low emissions hydrogen. And when you consider that body of complexity, it's not difficult to imagine how bottlenecks and delays and mismatches along those new value chains could emerge. So it's exceptionally important therefore, for not only to be there to have very clear frameworks from policy, but also an ability for governments to facilitate timely investment in different parts of that value chain and monitor closely for elements that are missing or falling behind. And as soon as we talk about international trade, then coordination, notably on standards, will likewise be essential if cross-border trade is to emerge. So I'm going to leave a few conclusions up on the screen. I can't actually see them, but I will summarize them as best I can to say we are doing a lot. There's incredible dynamism in this room. There's a lot of energy in the conversations that we're having. But let's recognize that we need to be doing much more to get on track for some of the ambitions that governments have set and what will be needed to reach climate goals. And we need that mixture of optimism, aspiration, but also deep pragmatism to make this work. I would conclude by saying that the opportunity is clearly huge, and I can see that many of the people who will take this forward, not only in Spain, but across Europe and beyond, it's great to see you all gathered in one room for this conversation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tim. Yes, they're all gathered here because the opportunity is so huge. Thank you to the IEA for the amazing job you do gathering all the data. In case of doubt about energy, you need data, go to the agency because they have it all. Allow me to continue in English because we're going to take over from what Tim just mentioned to continue speaking about investment, economy, obviously around the hydrogen. I don't know if you noticed, but we mentioned investment, money at the end of the world, at the end of the day. We mentioned it from the very first speaker and the very first round table till the last speaker at this last round table, the whole day. I remember it was Arturo Gonzalo asking Cristina Lobillo from the DG Energy of the European Commission, what do we need? And the first thing she said is finance and budget. And at the end, just the last round table with Antón Martínez from Enagás, the CEO of Enagás Renovable, lo he dicho bien, ¿no? Sí, Enagás Renovable, yes, that's right. He said we have to watch out with the international competition regarding the attraction of investment. So it's going round and round in all the conversations. How do we unlock the level of investment needed for this sector? Well, all the answers to those questions are coming with our last and final roundtable of this Hydrogen Day, the Enagás Hydrogen Day. We have a potente, as I said, a very powerful group of panelists. Allow me to introduce them like I did before. We'll give them a round of applause at the end. We are joined by Pierre-Etienne Franck. He's the CEO of Hy24 and president of 5T Hydrogen, as well by Jacobo Janza. He's the CEO of Alantra Asset Management. Also by Bart Bjerkbuik. He's the executive director of Clean Hydrogen Partnership. As well, joining them is Alexandrina Boyanova, Head of Climate Office at European Investment Bank, already mentioned this morning, of course. And we are very happy and honored to have as the moderator Luisa Gómez Bravo. She is the Global Head of Corporate and Investment Banking at BBVA and also member of BBVA's Group Management Board. And she's taken the challenge to manage all these final roundtables. So big round of applause for all of them. Welcome, Luisa.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. Take your waters. There's water on the table if you need. Otherwise, give me a sign. Welcome. Thank you. All yours, Luisa, when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the chairman, the CEO of Enagás, for having us here. For me, it's definitely a privilege and an honor and a pleasure to be here. Moderating this very exciting panel about financing. It's always interesting and good to end up a very healthy discussion talking about money. And in this regard, I think we've seen throughout the day so much conversation about regulation, how important the political framework is, the policy making, issues regarding supply, how to get the supply going, transportation. So important, the demand. And when we listen to all these words, the panelists listen to two words, which is risk and reward. We translate all of this into risk-reward, and we try to translate all of this, obviously, into an Excel sheet, right, into numbers. And it's a challenge, obviously. It's a challenge because there are so many things still, in the air, so much uncertainty. And it's awesome and amazing to be able to have all the stakeholders here today present talking about that and understanding those uncertainties and understanding with a little bit more clarity as to what steps need to be taken to clarify those uncertainties and really make financing being, scalable for hydrogen. In this regard, I think that what's relevant today is that sitting here in the panel today are, fans of hydrogen in terms of financing. We are pro-hydrogen. And I think that it's important because it's not just industrial appetite, it's investment appetite. And I would like to start off, asking our panelists, how each of your institutions is looking at this opportunity. Perhaps let me start by, taking a couple of minutes explaining what BBVA is looking at, right? BBVA has been, leading back in sustainability for quite a long time. It set sustainability as part of its core strategic agenda. And we announced to the market, and we've been upscaling that commitment today, a commitment of mobilizing 300 billion euros of financing towards sustainability. As of September last year, we're about to announce our results, so we'll upgrade those numbers shortly. We had already mobilized 124 billion. So this commitment of 300 billion is for 2025. And obviously, within that goal, our ambition is to obviously look at hydrogen very closely. And we started in 2021 participating in the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. Also, last year, participating in investment in High 24. And all of this is a learning process for us, obviously. And we want to have a twofold objective. One is to learn looking at the pipelines, looking at the projects, talking to our clients about what would be, what would be tangible, what projects are tangible enough to be able to finance. But the second also thing for us important is to also have a space and a place to be able to express our views on what is bankable and what is not bankable. We have a long tradition in financing, energy. We are leaders in financing renewable energy in Spain and participating very actively in Europe. So it's good also to participate early on in the discussions regarding hydrogen. We have invested in resourcing, in getting up to speed in risks, and obviously in structured finance teams, with a very clear goal, which is that we want to be the go-to bank in Europe. In financing clean energy. So we're very excited to be here today, and that's the opportunity that we're seeing. Pierre-Etienne?
For us, we have no choice because we are a fund dedicated to hydrogen. So just a little bit special. We took the decision back 2 years ago. At the time, I was managing Air Liquide activities for hydrogen. We said we need to gather industrial players to show the way and to bring in also financial players to start getting leverage. And so then a couple of things happened, and we finally made this fund in a JV with Ardian. Ardian is, as some of you know, the largest European asset manager. And we achieved it. So this thing launched 2 years ago now is a fund dedicated to the whole value chain of the hydrogen infrastructure. And 1 billion of assets have been brought, assets of commitment have been brought by industrial players, with Enagás being one of them, but also very large commitments from Total, from Vinci, from Air Liquide, but also US players like Plug Power, Baker Hughes, or Chart Industries, and I don't quote all of them, and the other billion from financial institutions, including yourself, of course, but also AXA, Alliance, and large pension funds. I think we've heard a lot of things today, and I think there is a part of a bet in a nascent industry, of course, and that's why we created this dedicated fund. But there are a couple of rationale. The first one, especially in a country that knows that very well, like Spain, is that in 20 years, the renewable industry for solar and wind has managed to decrease the cost by 10 to 15. For hydrogen, the challenge is to decrease the cost in the next 10 years by 2. So we are not exactly at the same level of magnitude of challenge. What is the magnitude is the steepness of the curve. We need to go extremely fast because the climate wall is getting against us. So that is the challenge. But the cost, the ability to make something which is going to be profitable and competitive, I think long-term is a no-brainer. So this is why we think that in fact, it's exactly the same type of bet as the one that took the bet when they started the renewable industry. Some in the room know that very well, and it was a fantastic bet for them. So we are basically doing the same way, and we're now going to look at the best projects and the best partners, and we have a couple in Spain. We'll speak about it later.
Yes. Perfect. Jacobo, what about you, Alantra Asset Management? How are you seeing this opportunity?
So in Alantra, we're a financial group with mainly two business. One will be the advisory, and here we on the advisory business. We work with a lot of corporates. Some of them were present here. Insurance companies, pension funds, institutions who definitely devote a lot of their investments on the transition energy, climate change, and specifically on the hydrogen. But on the asset management business, specifically, we manage as of today north of 16 billion in assets under management in a number of fund of funds and direct funds. And definitely, the climate change and transition energy is a key vertical for us. We started a number of years ago with our renewable energy business, which was very successful, and we have recently announced another up to 2 billion project that will be, it's been launched recently, already with the back of very well-known investors globally, with an idea to invest in renewables, and definitely hydrogen will be one of the main priorities. No? Then, very, very recent and very successfully, we partner with Enagás with the idea to launch, and we successfully raised the money for a very beautiful venture capital fund with a pan-European approach called Climate Transition Energy, in which, as I said, Enagás, we've been very, very happy to partner with them. And definitely, we have already made a couple of investments, and it's very new. We'll be investing over the next 5 years, and definitely transition energy, and within that, hydrogen will be also a clear priority. And finally, we're even considering launching a specific fund, not in the short term, but probably in a number of months, very specifically in hydrogen. But definitely, from the investment point of view, you really need the right timing. And I really believe it is the timing. And definitely after the discussion that we had, that we've seen today, I see everybody on that mood. But the truth is that if you're too much early mover from an investment point of view, especially the investors which commit money to us, which have a certain agenda, and if you are, sometimes too early mover, you might be in a deadlock for a number of years. So returns will not be there. No, so definitely we got to be sure that it's the right moment, and I really believe it can be that one.
Right, excellent. And Bart, what about you guys? How are you seeing this?
Hello. Yeah. So. We are also obliged to work on hydrogen. I have no choice. I have to invest in hydrogen. We are the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, which is actually a public-private partnership between the European Commission on the one hand for the public side, but then also Hydrogen Europe, representing more than 450 industries, small and big ones, and Hydrogen Europe Research, representing actually the research centers and universities. They have now 110 members. And together, we have a very clear aim. We want to accelerate the development and the demonstration of hydrogen and fuel cell technology in the market, and actually to reach as soon as possible maturity of this technology that we can scale it up. And so far, we have funded now 314 projects in Europe, nearly for 2.5 billion euro that was invested. And the coming years, we will invest again in research, another 2 billion euros in all kind of projects. And one of the activities that we are doing is, of course, to work with regions, because for us, regions are extremely important, because they are the ones that really are driving this technology. They need to implement it. They need to show results to their citizens or in their regions as well. And so for that, we started to work in 2016 already with more than 100 regions in Europe. And we have actually now 3 actions with them. One is, of course, and it's very famous, is the hydrogen valleys. So I have a very clear task from the European Commission to put 50 hydrogen valleys in 2025 on the map in Europe. And at least in every member state, we need to have 1 hydrogen valley. And in Mallorca, for example, we are now creating this hydrogen valley together with Enagás Renewables and other partners as well. And it's really a fantastic project. Very soon, we will hear an announcement that we will fund a number of hydrogen valleys. I cannot yet say it because it's up to the commissioner to announce that, but things are really moving in that area. We also help some of those regions with some project development assistance because they need to mature their project still. It's not yet ready. And also we have, of course, some hydrogen valleys that are working together. Finally, the third action that we are really doing is data management. So we are gathering all the data from projects, European national projects, and a big hub, and probably you know it, is the European Hydrogen Observatory. It's free for use, it's on the internet. So we are managing the entire observatory, and also I know IEA is using a lot of this data for their analysis that they are doing. And additionally to that, also safety. So we have big database with all the incidents that's happening in Europe on hydrogen, and we have I call them my Top Gun for safety, because they are really people that are analyzing all these incidents, and they are putting on our website lessons learned on how to do things better. And with that, I would like to stop.
Very interesting, definitely. And Alexandrina, I think obviously EIB, we can not talk about Europe and sustainability without talking about the European Investment Bank. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you very much to Enagás for inviting the European Investment Bank to this very important, very interesting conference. It's also a pleasure today to be at the panel with my esteemed colleagues, with most of whom we are already cooperating, working together in the area of climate. We exchanged also very good ideas already yesterday evening. Maybe to pick up the thread on whether this was or wasn't a conscious choice for the EIB, it was very much a conscious choice. Of course, the European Investment Bank has been traditionally financing climate. In the past, we have dedicated on average between 25 and 30% of our lending to climate, and between 20 and 2020, we've mobilized around 200 billion euros for climate, so that's quite a substantial amount. But what really changed for us as the European Investment Bank in 2019 is that we made a commitment to become not the EU bank financing climate, but the EU climate bank. So there is a slight nuance there. We made three important commitments. First of all, to become fully Paris aligned, and we are the first IFI to do so. Then to redirect at least 50% of our lending to green projects, and then to mobilize 1 trillion euros during the critical decade between now and 2030. We saw the amounts. Tim's presentation was very interesting. So this is what changed for us, and of course hydrogen is very much in the middle of the strategy. It's one of the important pillars for us, and the development of the hydrogen market, of course, is at a very early stage right now. The investment needs are huge, in the hundreds of billions of euros. And of course, the European Investment Bank is a key funding partner here. I was actually looking at our pipeline of projects, and the first hydrogen projects that the European Investment Bank financed was already in 2004. I was quite surprised. In 2004, we supported an RDI in hydrogen passenger vehicles. And during the last 8 years, we have provided close to 600 million euros of loans, which have helped mobilize the investments over 1 billion euros. We already have a hydrogen project also in Spain. More recently, we signed with Iberdrola. We also last year provided the largest ticket under InvestEU for a hydrogen project, 315 million euros for a hydrogen fuel cell technology for mobility. And we also have a very healthy pipeline of projects going forward for another 1 billion euros. Of course, funding is not exclusively important. What's important also are the advisory services to help prepare these projects, because I think we will all agree that there is a lot of money lying around. There are a lot of initiatives, but what we need is good projects. There is a lot of hype around hydrogen, but very few projects are really taken off the ground. So we need technical assistance to help prepare these projects, to make them bankable. And the European Investment Bank has a dedicated advisory arm precisely for that purpose. Also, I think what is important to underline now is that we are quite experienced in the financing of innovative technologies and infrastructure, notably in offshore wind and batteries, and we of course want to use that expertise and track records also for hydrogen. Thank you.
Great, wonderful. So I think that it was a very interesting combination, but obviously a lot of investment willingness. And my question would be, what's the trigger that will quick start, the hydrogen story? We had the Green New Deal. We've seen and we've listened how Europe has been in the lead. The Ukraine war obviously marked the before and after in that sense. But now we have, the IRA. And suddenly we thought that we were going at a good speed, and you have a car that goes by you at 200 miles per hour, and you're like, well, you're wondering what happened, and it's a wake-up call. Is that the trigger for quick starting hydrogen, or is there anything else that we should be looking at? Maybe Pierre-Etienne, for you.
So the paradox is that. Yes, as has been said before, the European agenda has been far advanced to everyone else. And basically, we educated the rest of the world. And REPowerEU, we put another layer of education. But we have such a complex governance to execute that we have laid the time to the US to wake up. So now we have, on the one side, a very simple and very massive support scheme, which is basically putting green hydrogen at the cost of grey hydrogen. So it's basically with that killing the issue of offtakes, because anyone can take green hydrogen at the price of grey, so it's becoming green for the same cost. And so in Europe, the way we work is a little bit different. We have the carrot and the stick, and we need just to be a little bit faster on the carrot and the stick. I think the RED 2 and RED 3 regulation will probably help move the people to move to green solutions and to develop offtakes, because what we're looking for now is offtakes. And those are dependent on those carrot and sticks so far, or customers, but customers are themselves dependent on Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 regulations, typically the automotive industry willing to buy green steel, which is triggering a lot of projects, especially in Spain, but that's all dependent on the regulation. And the last element, and I think Spain is the Spanish, Portuguese, and French alliance is probably one major change over the last 5 years, which is that there seems to be now a move into building the key infrastructure to get the hydrogen in and to transport it. We need the same on the downstream side for transportation. We have this, everybody speaks about a massive supply. The 20 million ton you were mentioning, you said consume, but today it's a supply declaration from REPowerEU, so we need the consumers, so it's going to come maybe from those industry players, so ammonia, refining, greening, but transportation will be one of the massive users in the end, and if you don't build the infrastructure for distributing hydrogen to truck, buses, and intensive mobility, you will never start what's going to trigger the massive use of hydrogen in the future. So there's something to be done very rapidly, and it needs to be a European-wide approach. So we are everything, we just need to go faster and simpler.
Alessandrina, what about you? How do you see this trigger effect?
I fully agree with Pierre-Etienne that we had a high ambition already before with the European Green Deal and our EU hydrogen strategy. It was there before the war in Ukraine started. I think what the war in Ukraine changed really is our perception of the problem. Because I think before the war came, it was more of an aspiration. It was like a public good. It was more in the hands of us, the public institutions, the regulator. But what changed with the war in Ukraine is that it became the problem of everyone. It became the problem of governments. It became the problem of companies, of individuals, because we are all now impacted today by what's happening. And indeed, I think that's the best moment for us to really get our act together. I was reading an article, 2023 will be the make or break year, so let's see. The good news is that there are a lot of new projects coming our way. I was reading that there are around 600 new projects for the production of electrolyzers, of which half is in Europe, so that's already great. It's a great pipeline. Of course, the challenges in front of the market are still big. It's a nascent market. The costs are still too high. The production needs to scale up. We need subsidies to incentivize demand. So there are quite a few things to be done. But indeed, as one of the panelists mentioned earlier, the first step is for the long way, right? So I think there is a lot still to be done. But yeah, as a European Investment Bank, we are, of course, more than ready to support that transition. Talking about also what can happen in Spain, I think there is a big role that Spain has to play. Of course, renewable energies are extremely important for the production of hydrogen, and Spain has a huge potential. It's the 5th in terms of wind energy production. It's the 8th in the world in terms of renewable energy, power generation. And also 20% of the projects worldwide are located in Spain, and it's the second only to the US. So Spain is and will remain a very important partner for Europe and an important partner for the European Investment Bank to scale up hydrogen going forward.
Thank you, because we've listened a lot today also about the challenges ahead, right? What the challenges that we have. To really, what we need is to make this operational at the end of the day, to come down from the great themes from the policy making to actually make this, from a regulatory perspective, operational. But I wanted to ask you, Bart, in terms of the barriers, from your point of view for financing, hydrogen projects and taking it forward, what are the main barriers that you think need to be, cleared out of the way?
Well, one of the first big barriers at the moment is the offtake agreements. So there's a lot of willingness to invest in building the electrolyzers and the infrastructure. I think there is money as well available. I wouldn't say that 5 years ago was there, but this year, or now, there's a lot of access to money. We have Pierre-Etienne and his High 24, and so this is all fantastic initiatives. But now I think big companies that need hydrogen needs to commit. They need to sign for long term. And this doesn't happen yet enough. I don't say it doesn't happen, but it has to be faster. And I think that European Hydrogen Bank, that will help. I agree with Jorgo, what he said this morning. We need every year 3 billion euro, and I fully agree to that. But I hope by the end of May, the European Commission will announce much more details about the European Hydrogen Bank, how they want to do it. Maybe it's a premium or something else. We will see how it goes. We are in a discussion on that. But also quotas. So in some of the regulation that they're now preparing, we need very clear quotas. Quotas for hydrogen, for example, in mobility hydrogen, in different kind of industrial sectors like steel or in refineries or something, because this again will help to drive those offtake agreements. The other one is, of course, clarity and regulations, and I don't want to repeat the discussion of this morning, but I think this is a very, very important one. There's a delegated act that they get it right. But another one that is still is the gas package. We heard the ambition of Spain to try within their 6 months to agree on the gas package. However, there's still the big discussion about what do we do with nuclear hydrogen? Is it renewable? Is it low carbon? So there's a lot of discussion, and this could potentially, again, delay a lot if we cannot conclude or agree among the 27 member states on how to categorize or how to use, what is the definition of hydrogen being produced from nuclear? And I think there maybe Spain can already try to see how they can help to move the discussions towards a good compromise. And then, other things, infrastructure was mentioned by Pierre-Etienne before, but also education. I think now when I talk to a lot of CEOs, one of the things that I don't find the people to do the job. We have all these big targets that was mentioned by the IEA before. It's fantastic, but if you do not have the people to do it, it also will not happen, you know. So we need to invest now in education. That's why this year is actually the European Year of Skills, and we will launch the European Hydrogen Academy. And actually our call is just announced on 17th of January. Just on Monday, we launched again a call for 195 million euro for subsidies. So they are there. So have a look on our website. And one of that is the Hydrogen Academy. And final one is the electrolyzers. I mean, it was already mentioned. We need to, let's say, step up the production or the capacity to produce the electrolyzers, but also the permitting is an issue, and the state aid rules. I mean, I have one of the projects that we are financing. It's now already 1 year's delay because of the state aid rules. And so we need to relax the state aid rules much more in order to accelerate. And I'm very happy that Mrs. van der Leyen, our president, she mentioned in Davos that she wants to work on these state aid rules. And this is extremely, extremely urgent in order to be able to build and then also to educate the regulators. I can tell you I have one electrolyzer project. They want to build a concrete wall and a roof completely over the entire 20 megawatt electrolyzer. Can you imagine if we all will start like that? It will bring the, let's say, the cost, it goes ×2 and the time, I mean, so we really need to work on that as well. So I leave it.
No, very interesting. I think that, you know, moving also, I wanted to ask Jacobo his view on how to make, you know, financing scalable to the market, attractive to a broader set of investors and financial institutions. You know, you mentioned before how important it is to get the timing right. And I was wondering, I wanted to pick your brains on that. You know, how do you see this scaling in terms of financing, being attractive to equity and debt financing capital markets?
Yeah, it's a key important, I mean, key question. Definitely, and I want to repeat a little bit of what has been already said. But you know, in the investors community, what we like is visibility. We like visibility, you know, to make our numbers and see that we're going to get returns in the long term. So it is a number of things that can be done in terms of getting attractiveness to the project, but I will stick into two. And one is, again, we said an issue of regulation and a clear legal framework. You know, the certainty on this is absolutely key. Now, we've known some mistakes that have done in the past, and I think we should all learn from them, because for a number of years, investors were really avoiding to come back to Spain or places where there had been these sudden changes. Now, this is something that investors wouldn't like. I mean, suddenly the changes in the market route change from one day to another. No? So I really believe that this kind of you know, market stability and visibility needs to be built in order for all of the different players to be able and interested. There is a lot of money willing to get into the market, but they really want to see what is the situation. And I give you an example. I mean, a recent example is that we've been in one of our funds working for more than 6 months in a specific project, investing in Italy, in a renewable hydrogen project. And they ended up, we didn't execute it. And basically because there was no clear rules. You know, there was some rules, but not the right ones. So I say, I mean, avoid. You know? So that is absolutely key. Another thing that I really believe that this is something that we should probably see what the US have done is in terms of these tax incentives. No, I mean, at the end, and I would say in terms of tax incentives, not only for direct projects, which are absolutely key, and it will take time to get, you know, to not to get any, I mean, to be really, really competent and really have very good returns, visibility without having incentives. But probably at the beginning we need these tax incentives as a help. But I would say that also, in order to incentivize the local production of equipment. Because one of the issues that we've had, as you know, in the renewables or specifically in the solar was this huge dependence on China, and which ended up being an issue. So I really believe that this is something that we should also be really careful, no? And I believe that the authorities should also take care of this and defend and promote also this kind of, you know, this local development of the industry, so we don't have an excessive dependence on external factors. No?
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, no, and I think that's so important that sometimes we try to, you know, be perfect, and practice makes perfect, and getting things, you know, up and running, you know, generates a certain scale where you then can be demanding on the perfection. And in this topic of, the hydrogen colors, it's, I think it was mentioned this morning, I think it was by Cristina, and, how the European Commission is looking at this. But where is this discussion landing? Because do we run a risk of, being very particular on, whether it is renewable, it is not, this, and then again, maybe time to market being slow in this regard? How do you see this?
I think it's crystal clear that our final goal is to go to renewable hydrogen. I think that was also mentioned by the European Commission this morning. But the path toward there, we will need to allow different type of hydrogens. And that's why the Commission has said, okay, we need to have low-carbon hydrogen. And in low-carbon hydrogen, you have different ways to produce the hydrogen. CCUS is, of course, one that we know very well, but there are also other ones. So I think we need to be very open for different type, but we have to, of course, to have very clear criteria. What is the amount of CO2 that we allow for low carbon or for renewable, which is the proposal is there, which is actually, by the way, very much aligned with the US one as well, or the US looked at us to copy it, I don't know. But so I think that in the gas package we will land, and again, actually I have to refer to my previous comment, we will need to agree on where to put the nuclear hydrogen produced. And as long as this will not be solved, we could have another issue like the delegated act that it just takes months or even not years. So this is a very strong warning from myself. And maybe I just would like to add also one of the things that we do to accelerate or potentially what will come to accelerate the implementation of these hydrogen technologies is actually a sandbox approach. We are thinking actually to have the hydrogen valleys as a kind of a sandbox that within the hydrogen valley you would be able to go faster than some of the national or European regulations so that you can test it. And this is something that now we are exploring, probably communication later about that might come out.
Oh, great. And Alexandrina, when we look at the role of multilateral banks, it's very obvious that it's played in the past, and I'm sure will play in this case a very relevant role in mitigating the risk and ensuring that we have bankable projects. And we've talked also, obviously, we're all eager to understand what the European Hydrogen Bank is going to look like. But how do you see that role going forward in terms of, mobilizing also capital, slicing off a little bit, that risk and making projects investable?
Thank you. You're right to recall that indeed we were there in the past, because when European Investment Bank was financing offshore wind, no one was there yet.
Well, the technology risk is complicated for banks to understand, and sometimes it's
And that's actually part of the unique set of skills that we have in-house at the European Investment Bank. Why we are the most appropriate partner in this transition for 4 reasons. First of all, we are the EU bank, and as the EU bank, we follow EU priorities, the priorities of our EU member states, and hydrogen is very much such high priority. Second of all, as I mentioned, we are the EU climate bank, and again, hydrogen is part of the climate agenda and is particularly important in the reduction of hard-to-abate emissions in transport and in industry. Third of all, we are counter-cyclical, so we step up our lending in times of crisis, and thanks to our AAA rating, we can sustain the large funding volumes at very affordable rates. We provide long grace periods and long maturities, and again, this is particularly important now when we see the global economic crisis, the interest rates are going up, and actually promoters are scaling down their investments, so it's important to have the EIB there as an anchor investor to crowd in other private investors and to pass on that financial value added. And finally, fourth, we have the firepower. We have the capital that has been entrusted to us by our shareholders. We have the mandates from the European Commission, which allow us, of course, to take more risk, including technology risk. We have the in-house expertise, technical expertise, and financial expertise, of course. And we can complement our lending package with a very comprehensive also advisory package, again, to help prepare the projects and make them bankable.
Great. And I wanted to, end with a question about, Spain. We are in Spain, and we've talked a lot about the relevance of Spain in this, opportunity in this energy transition and energy security. And I wanted to ask Pierre-Etienne, is Spain going to be a winner? What does it take really to make that happen?
Well, it's already there.
Yeah.
You've done that this morning with the pipe. The pipe announcement is just a sign that Europe understands there's not so many places where you can source very cheap green energy, and Spain is the place. So if you look at the overall dynamic, Europe needs to multiply by 10 its renewable capacity over the next 10 years. So it's just not possible without Spain stepping up. That's also why we've done this, as I-24, this capital increase into EGR to basically support one of the leading players in that space. This is also where there's been much advanced look for real B2B project with significant offtakes. So there are many strong discussions with a couple of projects where EGR is involved with other players, with Arcelor, with Fertiberia. So those ones are shaping what this should become, which is really a customer-driven development with the state helping to make it fly. And I think for that, Spain is very well advanced with a couple of the basins in Northern Europe. The only thing which is a topic not only for Spain but for the whole of Europe, and for which maybe the EIB and the policymakers could do something, is that if we continue to see interest rate moving up, we may stop very fast the renewable development, because everything has been funded thanks to very low interest rates and the raise of interest rates in an asset play, because all that is an asset play, is a big topic. So there is also a way to help, is to manage, to find a way to get, I would say, affordable debt, because the debt financing is fundamental in developing that industry, and that's going to be critical to, given the massive amount of money that we need to spend, and for which I guess banks are very interested to move in. But Spain is clearly the place to be for cheap, low-carbon, exportable hydrogen in the future. So we are we're not worried for Spain at all.
Jacobo, do you share that view? I mean, how do you see the prospects?
Absolutely. Little to add to my colleague, but definitely yes. I mean, it's just an issue of being very cost competitive. Probably today we're still not, because we're still dependent on gas. But definitely, with all of the investments that we're making in renewables, we believe that we foresee that in 2030, Spain will probably become the lowest cost producer in energy. So definitely we have the natural resources. So definitely it should be the place. Now it would be a real pity if we don't, if the policymakers, they don't really do their homework in order to be there, because we have a clear opportunity to be a clear winner on this.
Right. So because we have still like 5 minutes left, I wanted to take the opportunity maybe to ask each one of you a very quick, 1 minute question, which is, when you're looking at projects and you all have projects ongoing, what are the two things that discriminate, saying, okay, this project, I want to look at it and I'm, willing to fund it, and these, don't meet the criteria. What is that criteria?
It's very simple. First, the team. What's the quality of the team? Because many projects, because of that time lag between the policies and the execution of project, we are still very much in greenfield project development phase. So quality of the team, the size of the project. I'm sorry, but we need to stop doing small projects. This is waste of money. We need to do large projects which are scalable, and if it's not directly 2 gigawatts, it needs to be scalable to several gigawatts, because this is what's going to be long-term competitive. Third, of course, the offtake. Do you have an offtake? We know we don't have the full offtake from the start, but you need at least a base offtake. And the last one, of course, is the quality of the support of the regulated schemes that accompany the project. If you have those 4 elements, you can go. At least we do.
Jacobo, on your side? More or less the same, no?
As I said before, I insist on clear regulation, and definitely the partner and the investment and the management team, the quality of this. But regulation for me is absolutely key.
Key. Right?
Yeah, for us it's two things. First of all, the innovation. Is it really new? Is it innovation? And does it help us to reach the targets that we have set in 2030, the technical targets? We have KPIs for everything, for electrolyzers, for end-use applications. And we need to make sure that we get to those technical targets, and does it help or not? And the second one is the impact. It can be something incredibly innovative, but it doesn't help really. Well, what is the meaning to fund it? So impact and innovating. That's the two things.
Very clear. Thank you, Alexandrina.
Well, from an EIB perspective, all projects really have to be economically, technically, and mainly environmentally sound, because we are now the EU Climate Bank, so we finance primarily green projects. But I would say, Pierre-Etienne, that regarding the size of the companies that we support, I think and the projects, I think we need both. Because even if you take the example of hydrogen, we need to finance renewable energy at scale, and there we need to go big. But we also need the small companies for the innovations, for the breakthrough technology.
The fund, indeed. That's another fund. Yes. We will discuss about it later.
Yes. So, yeah, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that it's been very interesting. We could be talking about financing all day. Thank you, Enagás, very much for this opportunity to close, the panel sessions talking about financing, which I think is going to be very important. But obviously, there's appetite to invest, provided the alignment of the stars is there, and I think we're on a good path. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luisa, and all the panel. Luisa, allow me just to summarize this.
Okay.
Everything they said, and that is involved in the finance, I will summarize in one expression or two words that they've been said by Pierre-Etienne, I have to say, but it's been repeated over and over, is the sentiment, that feeling of faster and simpler. Yeah. Or maybe, for Jacobo, simpler and faster. Talking about regulation. Thank you so much on this round table, and Luisa Gomez Bravo for managing so well. Thank you all. Faster and simpler, we have all the rest. Actually, Pierre-Etienne was also saying, it's all here, Spain is the place. Ahora sí, permitidme, allow me to go back to Spanish.
I will continue then in Spanish now, and we are going to proceed to the closing of a long session today as renewable hydrogen. And today we will finish with the vision of a Spanish regulator. We have here an expert on EU law. She's the president of the National Commission of Markets and Competitiveness. And we have Cani Fernandez in front of us.
Thank you so much to the organizers of today's session, and very especially Arturo Gonzalo. Thank you very much for this initiative. I have to say I'm very grateful for being able to launch this year. I'm going to have to address the issue of energy often this year, but I think it's wonderful that I begin by talking about hydrogen, which is definitely something the European Union looks forward to using for decarbonization purposes in general. After the invasion of Ukraine, with the threat in terms of gas supply and all of the fringes, it is obvious that the role of hydrogen for us continues to be absolutely of the essence. It is mandatory if we are to uphold our independence. And I have to agree with the European Union. The European Union is keen to reactivate all of the initiatives that will provide a solution to the energy-related issues or problems which currently affect Europe. They need to be competitive alternatives, feasible alternatives in the mid to the long term. We have to be able to leverage our proprietary resources, and they have to foster the development of our own elements. Spain is keen to use hydrogen. The roadmap, transformation and resiliency, component 9, is proof of that commitment. The reforms and funding, which I am sure all of you have discussed today. The PERTE is launched, the recovery plan. We see how important hydrogen is together with renewables. All of these are issues that are very closely intertwined. And what is the role of the national authority in the development of hydrogen as a true alternative? Well, we've heard the word regulación twice: regulation, transparency, rules and regulations, the importance of investments. Well, this is the role of European authorities. They allocate an essential function in the drafting of the new rules in place in the sector. This is very similar to what energy agencies have played in the deregulation of the gas sector. I think it's fair to say that the Spanish authority now and in the past have carried out very interesting activities in the field of natural gas, with rules that have then been made common in Europe and which have resulted in a very advanced degree of deregulation. In Spain, we can talk of success from the vantage point of competitiveness and of security. Thanks to the regulation, thanks to the response of the authorities, Spain now is in a comfortable position. Remember the backdrop of our times. But then there is the environment. This is not a dilemma, it is a trilemma, and green hydrogen will be of import. The regulators of natural gas have acquired expertise over the past few years, and it is very important when we think about this reconversion, we need to learn from our past activities. This learning will help us avoid mistakes because we learn more from our mistakes than we might suspect. And this is going to allow us to ensure that the solutions are in place to guarantee the best possible environment. In hydrogen, we're starting from scratch, so we can design a true single market with truly common rules and regulations that will allow us to take advantage of the alternatives while we leverage our European nature, taking advantage of our know-how and of the competitive advantages of the different member states, complementary as they all. It is wonderful to be able to establish a single interconnected competitive market, a safe one, a sustainable one, and we are building it now. But Spain has an edge, a certain edge, with regards to renewable energies. We've heard talk by previous panelists that Spain's potential is to be the cheapest country, the country where energy will be most affordable. We know how important it is to have a robust renewables park. We see that the prices now are less than they were in the months before the crisis. This is thanks to the wind. It's practically €1 per megawatt. This is thanks to windy weather. These are very low prices, and these are prices that we thought we would never see again. But in any case, we have to persevere in order to ensure stability of prices, and this is our homework. We have to deploy hydrogen, and we know that it is a long road ahead of us. Before we can truly take off, we must be aware of the fact that we need to have much more renewable generation. Capacity and production must suffice not only to resolve the needs at a national level, each one of the member states must keep track of this, but furthermore, whatever might be needed in order to attend to hydrogen production. I'm here making a reference to additionality, a definition which, as we know, is pending completion and which must be articulated in order to guarantee sustainability and guaranteed supply or security of supply. So it's not about bringing renewable energy for hydrogen. No, it is all about satisfying our needs and all the while generating and creating production of renewables sufficient for the industry in order to ensure that we truly perform with decarbonized technologies. So keeping our eyes on the long haul, the authorities and the ministry must think about the short-term needs as well. We must adapt the development of the hydro industry with a sufficient supply of renewables, storing solutions, and connectivity to the hydro grid. Technology must be developed in order to be truly competitive, not only in an environment such as today's with spiraling prices, because I am sure that as we decarbonize, the relative price of fossil fuels will drop. So we cannot think about competitiveness of hydrogen to this episode where prices are very high. It is true that we have to think about leveraging the opportunities offered to us by hydrogen in the area of storage, industrial use, and applications for transport. All of this has been very clearly defined in the roadmap that the ministry has drafted. But all of this together with the commitment to ensuring competitiveness of the European sector. Spain must create the necessary setting for investments, not only with regards to hydrogen, but continue to create it for renewables, as I said, to satisfy the demand for electric energy. And once we've met that demand, continue to forge on ahead, bearing in mind the alternatives guaranteed by hydrogen. One of the main objectives of the staff focusing on gas within the authority is taking advantage of new renewable gases. This is important and this is doable if we are to transform the natural gas sector in order to have it become a cleaner alternative, contributing to the circular economy. The authority works in an ongoing manner and contributes to the ICER task forces and the European Commission in order to consolidate the regulatory framework for hydrogen and for renewable gases, which is currently underway and which is very, very close to implementation. Just past November, the authority organized a workshop to tackle the doubts and questions that come up regarding new gases, management of connections, generation plants, and the transport network in order to respond to our royal decree of 1422. Because the main problems that we have got to solve now are related to access and available amounts in the networks. This is a problem which is not new. This is a problem which besets us ever since we began to access renewable networks on the electric grid, where we've seen bottlenecks. You know that there's a moratorium which is about to draw out, and we are waiting to see what happens. But in the case of renewables, there is an additional problem, which is the murkiness of the administrative processes and the true onslaught of requests, which is swamping the administration. We hope to simplify processes. This is another very important concept, simplification. There are different issues which must be solved if we are to advance nimbly along our hydrogen roadmap, whereby early implementation of renewables may certainly be of use. It's like a sandbox or pilot project. So to define the procedures and standardization, to determine on cost allocation for connectivity, the allocation of capacity, hydrogen boosts. We're analyzing this for renewable gases, specifically in the area of management, and it's going to pave the way for hydrogen as well. But the problem persists. We need to define blending, uniformity with regards to the percentage of blending. This is absolutely essential if we are to determine the feasibility of the connection and the network. We're going to better be able to plan. I was happy to hear today that that 3% is a proxy, but we have to continue to advance along these lines. Furthermore, we need consensus on different technical facets within the Union. So, for instance, interoperability of international networks in the face of the establishment of a system which is compatible and which will allow for satisfying a single and competitive hydro market. From our agency, within our agency, we are doing our absolute utmost in the aim of providing a response to the different problems in order to be able to take questions from the citizens. And I encourage you to contribute as actively as you can, because for the regulator, best news is the news that comes from those who suffer the problems. We talked about connection criteria, harmonization, paperwork, in order to avoid those bottlenecks that have been described, the request for renewables for production of electricity. And it's very important to determine the path to be taken for gas purposes. Spain must stay at the head of the game and continue to be at the head of the game. We have to share the strengths of our gas system, which has proven to be flexible and resilient in the face of recent events. Let me briefly address the issue of planning of new infrastructures which are linked to the hydrogen sector, because my agency has limited competencies here. But I believe that our vision, acquired upon the execution of our mandate, allows us to make a number of recommendations regarding the model. The sector is, of course, subject to uncertainties, and this calls for an involvement in the private sector in burden sharing, risk sharing. I said before that it is essential that those analyses take into account the true risks that are run. We need to encourage a rationalization of investments, because the deployment of infrastructures must be accompanied by progress within the sector, taking steps, but cautiously, because we cannot afford an over-dimensioning which will result in more expenses to be borne by the user and the loss of competitiveness by our sector. So I address the issue of energy and insist that the path towards hydrogen is long and is going to call for investments which must be implemented in time and focusing on the necessary measures. What we want is to provide the necessary solution. Spain cannot afford more expensive energy inputs. And let me conclude by saying that the energy sector branches out and affects our life in terms of our welfare and well-being, in terms of economic growth, in terms of the environment. Of course, all of the authorities focus on the issue of energy, and my agency does so with especially keenness. The crisis, growing prices of raw material as a result of the pandemic, the supply and demand shock are affecting our citizens' purchasing power. Growing prices of gas, oil, electricity have brought us to an inflation level that was unknown. I remember studying about oil back in the 70s, but it's true that younger generations have never seen these inflation levels. Inflation is a source of inequality in social terms because it affects those who have less income, and it affects our public finances as well, and the possibility of tackling social policies. So focusing on the price of energy in the short, mid, and long term is essential if we are to be successful and if we are to ensure that our economic structure does not suffer damages. We have to use all of the instruments in our toolkit. We are doing our best to ensure that we control this situation, this inflation, but always safeguarding competition. Because competition is what is going to guarantee stability, availability of energy, of raw material, be there in the short to midterm. Competition vertebrates market structures in a permanent way. The solutions we might come up with in critical times such as these are necessary, of course, but should never blind us to the fact that it is competition that vertebrates companies and ensures that they have the necessary degree of resiliency. And let's remember also that the consumer is at the heart of everything. Citizens are increasingly prepared to tackle changes in their lifestyles. The activism of consumers is of the essence if we are to provide support to new projects, to refocus our model on a supply that is inclusive, renewable, affordable, stable, and secure. I believe that recent events have allowed society to understand that this is the case. Ensuring that these new models actually work will be achieved if all sectors join forces, and we, our agency, will do everything that needs to be done in order to achieve the project as soon and as successfully as possible. So, 4 thoughts. Spain needs to find common solutions within the European Union in order to face the Russian threat with new sources, secure sources. It behooves all of us, the administration, the government, citizens, to provide a solution to the situation, but it is especially important in the case of those of us who are active within the field of energy, which is, of course, where most of these turbulences are cropping up. We need to be generous and we need to be brave. We need to find innovative solutions that are true alternatives and that are also efficient. I believe that competition is a linchpin of change because it is the tool which ensures that entrepreneurs find the necessary answers to the needs of consumers, and because it is a structural measure which is essential, which strikes a balance between social sustainability with economic growth and which fights inequalities. So thanks again for organizing this very interesting Enagás Hydrogen Day. We know that we will be talking much more about hydrogen forward-looking. Thank you all.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier. Sí, Javier, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President of the National Agency for Markets and Competition. We are reaching already the end of this session of the Hydrogen Day. I would like to thank many people, and after I would like to present some conclusions of today's event. In order to thank, I would like to thank all the speakers, the panelists and moderators that have given us their insights on the different topics. I think that if today's session has clearly been so interesting, has been because of the level of speakers, panelists, and moderators that we have had. I would like to thank all of you for sitting here for a whole day to try to help us to create and to understand what are the challenges that we have in front of us and how to overcome these challenges. The participation has been wonderful, and this reflects very well the different sectors that we deal with hydrogen. Public administration, state, autonomous communities, the regulator, European institutions, the different private institutions, research and development centers, technological parks, investment sector, and the capital markets that have very well been represented here. I would like to thank as well the team that has organized this event. Many people from Enagás and from outside of Enagás, but especially I would like to thank the team of communication and relationship with investors directed by Felix San Martin, and I think that they have carried out a very, very impressive effort. And the team that has enabled us to carry out this event in a wonderful manner. Today we have touched upon very many different issues. We have started the session with the Vice Secretary of the Government, with the Secretary of State of Energy. I think it was an important vision of what hydrogen represents as a challenge and as an opportunity for Spain and for Europe. And it was summarized in 4 important pillars: the importance of hydrogen for decarbonization, the importance of hydrogen for energy security, the importance of hydrogen in the value chain that can be structured through hydrogen, and the leverage that it represents for energy transition. Spain plays a wonderful position for accepting this challenge, and our government is implemented very many initiatives in order to prepare all of us to this moment. We have had a summary of the different initiatives, the ones that we have in front of us, the ones that we are going to get in the future, and the implementation of European legislation that we will keep up receiving. During the first panel, we've spoken quite a lot about the delegated act on the EU legislation, as well the Repower EU that hopefully would be enhanced by the Spanish presidency of the Union, and it would be the response of the EU to how the American Inflation Reduction Act has shaken us all up. And after we had a panel as well dedicated to European legislation, after the president of Enagás and myself, we explained the vision of Enagás as a triple condition, as a TSO of the gasistic system, transmission system operator, and as well as a hydrogen network operator, HNO, and as well to be the transition responsible institution for the guarantees of origin, as has been established by the regulator, the CMC. We have given our opinion how the PCIs, the innovation scientific parks, and the future of the network, distribution network of Spain for gas and for hydrogen, and especially the importance of hydrogen for this. In this panel that we have, we spoke about the European legislation. We have seen the challenge of having a level playing field for Europe that will assure an integrated hydrogen market. That is something that has been mentioned by Mrs. Cani Fernandez. We mentioned as well very much additionality, the need that this additionality would be effective in order to generate hydrogen that would be enough to achieve the renewable objectives, but to do it in such a way as would be in a practical and simple manner in order not to add costs upon. And we have mentioned as well the blending, that is a good structure of a transition of a system based on gas to a future system based on hydrogen. The phase-in that has to be done very precisely because it's not an easy transition. We have spoken about innovation and technology because this is a very important topic when speaking about hydrogen. And we think that one of the conclusions is that most of technologies are already available, but perhaps they're not at the level that we will use them. We need to continue with innovation and research. Spain has proven to be an innovation center for hydrogen, and an important part from patents related to hydrogen. I think it has mentioned 25% of them, and 20% of all the products of hydrogen, of the projects within the world, they are focused and located in Spain. So we have to continue betting on innovation and technology, bearing in mind that the important challenges are going to be related on the scalability of technologies and of the life cycle of them, because we're speaking about production plants that will have to live and work for many, many years. We have spoken as well about the value chain, and the conclusion after listening to this panel was that all the different sectors, they are already working on it. We have had representatives of key sectors for Spanish economy as tourism, some of the potential off-takers and technological developers of the huge amount of tons produced in Spain. We had representatives of Repsol, of Fertiberia, that have a huge consumption. And the idea that hydrogen will become a reality if they support important projects, and this is the important message that we have received today. In this panel, we have been repeating once and again collaboration, synergies. We've said that this is a challenge that cannot be faced on an independent manner. We have the collaboration of many different sectors, companies that are in a different position in the value chain. From the synergy and collaboration, we've seen that this value chain for hydrogen is a very, very complex value chain. We mentioned how important is the resources that we need, and this has been presented by Team Gold, and only REPowerEU would provide 700 to 800 billion dedicated only to hydrogen, renewable, electrolyzers, infrastructure for hydrogen, storing facilities. And we've seen in this last panel how the different actors of the financial sector have focused on the need of doing everything in a simpler manner and faster. The need and requirement to have a good legislation to protect those projects, and the difficult situation after the increase and continuous increase of interest rates. We have heard the president of the CNMC, the National Commission for Markets and Competition. We have to make efforts to get common solutions within Europe. We have the opportunity, a wonderful opportunity, to start from scratch with equal rules for everybody, and this is a responsibility of all the different players in here, and competition is one of the most important drivers to overcome the situation. And here we get to the end. The answer that we have received to this event shows that we need this sort of event in order to share a topic, a difficult topic that requires collaboration of public and private institutions. Hydrogen has to bring about the collaboration of private and public institutions, policies. We are competing with Davos, the Economic Forum, and this is going to be like Davos for hydrogen. We will celebrate it again next year, and we would like to consolidate this as a fixed event in our hydrogen calendar and to check closely our evolution. This event, for sure, we couldn't celebrate it last year because the timing was not the correct. This one, this year, we had a huge opportunity, and next year we will organize it again. But we shouldn't wait to continue with everything that we have to do in order to comply with our objectives. And hydrogen is now. And thank you all very much.
Te pido que me acompañes, Arturo, para despedir.
Now, wonderful conclusions, and I would like... I attended to all the panels in order to draft the conclusions, but I am sure that... And I would do a summary of the session, and that is the following. This summarizes everything that has been put forward. Spain plus hydrogen equals a mega opportunity. And as Mr. Gonzalo just mentioned, so we have to start working because hydrogen is now. So